Mesdames et messieurs les ministres, mesdames et messieurs, je suis Anoucheh Karvar, déléguée du gouvernement français auprès...
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anoucheh Karvar, the president of the Alliance 8.7 Worldwide Alliance to combat forced labor, child labor, and human trafficking. I'll have the pleasure to moderate this conference with the ILO Training Center with Monica. Monica will provide you with some technical information for following the translation.
Welcome everyone to this very important meeting. As Anoucheh has just said, my name is Monica Lisa. I work at the International Training Center of the ILO as a learning specialist. And the most important thing I have to tell you now is to make sure that you can really take the advantage of this event by listening to it in the best way. You have a small icon at the bottom of your PC. It's a globe, it's like a small word. If you click on it, you can select the language you would prefer to listen to. Now, when the person speaks in French, it's automatically French, and the same for the English. But now that I'm speaking in English, if you like to listen to French, you should click on the globe and select the language French, and the interpretation is simultaneous. If you have any doubts, please write to me in the chat. I also take the advantage of this moment to specify that we have two tools you can use to write, and that is the Q&A and the chat. Q&A is for the questions, and chat is for comments, recommendations, opinion. That's it from my side for the moment. Thank you, Anoucheh.
Merci, Monica. Mesdames et messieurs les ministres.
Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, excellencies, I would like to welcome you to this two-day conference with more than 150 participants, number of speakers from governments and pathfinder countries, Albania, Germany, Côte d'Ivoire, and France, the European Commission, the OECD, the Council of Europe, the NGOs, employers and workers organizations, the National Consultative Commission of the Human Rights, the Independent Rapporteur on Human Trafficking, and other independent authorities which will participate in this conference. We will have a distinguished panel. This conference, organized by the Alliance 8.7 in ILO Paris, is organized with the French presidencies of the European Union. And it could not be organized without the efforts of the co-coordinators and the collective organizations fighting against human trafficking, modern slavery. The conference will have an opening session with the ministers and the European Commission to partnerships and cooperation and thematic sessions. We will try to speak about many themes, the due diligence of the companies. We will go through the different actions undertaken to detect, identify the victims, to accompany the victims, to the way we can foster international partnerships and strengthen international cooperation to fight this kind of exploitation. At the end, we will provide some recommendations to improve the existing tools. We want to foster the best practices between the Pathfinder countries and the countries of the 8.7 Alliance, Albania, Cote d'Ivoire, and Morocco. This conference wants to contribute to make effective and to foster and strengthen the instruments of the EU to fight human trafficking, to reach zero tolerance against forced labor and child labor, so that we can implement a sustainable and durable government and a due diligence in supply chains worldwide. The conclusions of our work will prepare the 5th International Conference to eradicate child labor, which will be held in Durban May this year. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very moment where everywhere in the world and here in the European borders, the war is putting thousands of men and women on the streets. We have to make it possible to fight against the deep causes of human trafficking, forced labor and child labor. We have to fight war, discrimination, poverty, the absence of social protection and protection at work, which makes thousands of people very fragile. So I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Labour and Inclusion of France, Mrs. Elizabeth Bourne, who will deliver a pre-recorded speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking is an ongoing battle. The progress made since the beginning of the century to eradicate all these forms of undignified work is obvious. The efforts undertaken have been slowed down by the health crisis. Estimates published by the WHO and UNICEF show that child labor has worsened worldwide. Nearly 160 million children work today in the world, an increase of more than 8 million children under the age of 15 at work at the age of 4. Our commitment is therefore essential to accompany all countries concerned toward the eradication of all forms of undignified work. It is our collective responsibility, both as adults towards the younger generations and as countries that have already eliminated these forms of work. These forms of work undermine the most fundamental rights of individuals. They make work an alienation, often due to precarious economic conditions or a particularly vulnerable situation of the worker. Child labor is all the more harmful because it undermines the lifeblood of tomorrow's societies. It exposes them to unacceptable physical and moral working conditions with deleterious consequences for their health and development. This time spent working also prevents them from benefiting from the educational system that is essential for economic and social emancipation. In light of this, France strongly reaffirms its commitment to fight against child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. Our commitment is fully reflected in our national law. We have ratified all the fundamental conventions of the ILO and other relevant international instruments. First and foremost, the International Convention on the Rights of the Child and the United Nations Conventions Against Transnational Organized Crime and its protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. The adoption of the duty of vigilance Act has also made it possible to further extend the scope of the fight against forced labor, child labor, and human trafficking. Finally, with Olivier Grégoire, Secretary of State in charge of the social solidarity and responsible economy, we have entrusted the corporate social responsibility platform animated by France's strategy with the task of reflecting on the social display of products and services as part of the implementation of the law of 10th February 2020 in the fight against waste and circular economy. Informing consumers about the extra financial performance of companies represent a powerful lever for guiding the transition of the economy towards a more responsible model. Even more so within the framework of the 8.7 alliance that France chairs. We wanted to go even further in our commitment to strengthen our commitment and accelerate this action in this area and fight against undignified forms of work. France has thus become a pathfinder country. To further strengthen its commitment, our national strategy for accelerating the 8.7 target presented at the end of last year draws its strength from its coordination process involving business networks, social partners, international and European organizations and associations and NGOs. They exploit all the margins we still have in a legal framework and our concrete actions to step up our efforts in the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, you can count on the determination of the government and my ministry to achieve in the nearest possible time the objectives that target 8.7 to eradicate forced labor, human trafficking and child labor in the shortest possible time, and thus allow every worker to exercise his or her activity freely and with dignity. I thank you for your support.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Rexter from France with a pre-recorded speech. Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ambassadors, dear friends, one victim of forced labor, human trafficking or child labor is one too many. Today, several tens of millions of people, nearly 200 million according to the latest available data, victims of this intolerable practices that violate human dignity. We must act immediately and with the utmost firmness put an end to these inhuman and unacceptable practices. So this is why we are calling today within the framework of the French presidencies and the Council of the European Union to amplify our collective mobilization against this scourge and to further accelerate action in the face of this phenomenon that know no borders. We can act alone. In 2021, we became a pathfinder country of the 8.7 Alliance, and I would like to welcome our Dutch colleagues who recently joined us, as well as the European Commission, which committed itself last week to become a partner of the 8.7 Alliance. So this means that France is the forefront of the fight against these practices which violate the fundamental rights of every human being. We have put in place a robust and ambitious national legislation on corporate responsibility. Our diplomacy is active in all forums, including the ILO, to enhance the global effort to achieve the goal 8.7 and apply the principles of the OECD and EU and guidelines of human rights. So also mobilized with our European partners. The private sector, for example, several initiatives have already been launched in the cocoa value chain. But we must now go further and stronger. One of the priorities of the French presidency is to push forward the legislative initiative on the due diligence that has just been presented on the European Commission in order to put in place a real European framework. We also discussed the issue at a high-level international conference on trade and sustainable development in January in Paris. The future European Directive on Sustainable Corporate Governance must establish a harmonized approach for the due diligence at European level. It will have to include regional due diligence provisions in environmental matters, but also concerning the respect of human rights and workers' rights, and particularly the issue of forced labor. I will be soon recall and accompany And the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, has clearly recalled their expectations before the European Parliament. It will be accompanied by an instrument that will prevent the marketing and the internal market of any goods derived from forced labor, whether produced in Europe or imported. Yesterday, France was a pioneer in Europe with its legislation on the due diligence of companies. Today, it's up to Europe to be a pathfinder in the world. You can count on the French presidency of the Council of the European Union to move this major project forward. Trade policy also plays a part in this battle. We assume that we must promote our values and guarantee international trade that respects human rights and the environment. This is the meaning of the new strategy published a year ago by the European Commission for a more open, firmer, more sustainable trade policy. In this spirit, we support the strengthening of sustainable development provisions in our trade agreements. In particular, we have proposed that our partners be asked to make clearer commitments to ratify, respect the fundamental conventions of the ILO, and that this commitment be more binding. Finally, we are defending the implementation of zero tolerance of forced labor and child labor in the context of the current revision of our systems, generalized systems of preferences. So we are fully mobilized and we are counting on the commitment of all public and private actors to fight even more effectively against these unacceptable practices. I congratulate you on this event and wish you exchange.
La parole, j'ai l'honneur et le plaisir de donner la parole à Maître Adama Camara, ministre de
Mrs. Adama Camara, Minister of Employment and Social Protection of Côte d'Ivoire.
La parole est à vous, Monsieur le ministre.
Madame la Présidente de l'Alliance 8.7,
Mrs. President of the Alliance 8.7, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, Madam Commissioner to the EU, tout le monde qui est connecté. It's an honor to take the floor on behalf of my country to the opening session of this high-level meeting dedicated to the eradication of child labor, forced labor, and the human trafficking. I thank the organizers. In the year 2000, Côte d'Ivoire, first country producer of cocoa, wanted to stop using child labor in the cacao plantation. Since then, the following governments implemented actions in view of the eradication of this unacceptable phenomenon. In 2011, with the accession to power of the presidency, our president implemented strong measures to fight against this problem. These measures consisted at the international level to the strengthening of cooperation and partnerships, active participation of our country to all frameworks aiming at the eradication of child labor as the protocols and the coordination group of actions in the fight against child labor in the culture of cocoa, in the active participation of our country to the International Conference for the Eradication of Child Labor. And finally, our engagement as a pathfinder country of the Objective 8.7. At the national level, the strong institutional framework of coordination of the actions in the fight against the trafficking and the exploitation of child labor has been implemented. Two committees have been created. One, the National Committee for the Surveillance in the Fight against the Trafficking, Exploitation of Child Labor in Côte d'Ivoire, CNS, chaired by the First Lady, and Interministerial Committee in the Fight against the Trafficking, Exploitation of Child Labor, CEM, chaired by the Minister in charge of Labor and Social Protection. Through this framework, a strategy of fight has been elaborated and adopted by the government. Since 2012, this strategy has been implemented through national action plans on 3 years, and with over 12 billion CFA francs till 2023, accounting for 156 million francs. Ladies and gentlemen, aware that the eradication of child labor, of forced labor, and trafficking of human beings will not only be eliminated through these measures. We also implemented social programs aiming at fighting against poverty to strengthen the respect of human rights and of human workers' rights. Mechanisms social protection mechanism capable of helping the most disadvantaged groups. As a matter of fact, we have not lost sight of the root causes of the persistence of child labor, forced labor, and the trafficking of human beings who are hit by poverty and by major vulnerability, little action to services and social protection. Most of our people are confronted with. With regard to this last point, one of the solutions envisaged by Côte d'Ivoire is access to the social protection, currently existing social protection mechanisms, universal health care, and also services for independent workers, allowing also informal workers and formal workers to benefit from health insurance and retirement pension. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude my speech by recalling the actions currently being developed and the relevance of due diligence with regard to enterprises and human rights, and insist on the fact that by themselves these measures cannot solve the problem that we also have in the sustainability of supply chains. Their interpretation of these measures and implementation, the alignment of industrial enterprises with the policies and governmental programs aiming at addressing the structural causes of child labor. These laws have to lead enterprises and entrepreneurs to have more transparency and sustainability towards the government, and collaborating in the implementation of the action plans in private and public sectors. These laws, besides the threat of sanctions, should instead help our actions in our fight against this problem. Côte d'Ivoire is fully committed in this direction in partnership with all the stakeholders in order to ensure sustainability of supply chains in agriculture. I reaffirm our commitment to work for the elimination of child labor by 2025, of forced labor and the trafficking of human beings in compliance with the Alliance Objective 8.7. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I'd like to give the floor right away to Mr. Younes Sekouri, Ministry of Economic Inclusion, Small Enterprises, Employment and the Skills of Morocco. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be able to attend this meeting today. And I would like, first of all, tell you that I'm very emotional because a few years ago, 20 years ago, I was a member of the Parliament of Moroccan Childhood, a non-governmental organization which always had the goal of promoting the children's rights in Morocco, and which really was a platform to defend all international conventions aimed at the protection and elimination of child labor. And so I remember I asked a question back then to the minister who I was in charge that I have the honor of covering today, of managing today, that is the equivalent of the Ministry of today, which was back then called the Ministry of Labor. So with a great emotion and with a special interest that I prepare for the work of this important meeting, zero tolerance for the eradication of child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. And I take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat of the Secretary of Alliance 8.7 and the ILO office in Paris for organizing this event. Morocco considers this program for sustainable development, the ODD, the SDG, to achieve the goals with the programs that are shared by all Moroccan citizens, as also supported by our king. The Alliance 8.7 on sustainable development recalls the efforts implemented by Morocco to end forced labor, human trafficking, and child labor, and that before these risks on the population, to reduce the vulnerability as a key element for the development action. The volunteer of Mohammed VI, our king, aim at dynamizing the new profile of the growth and through the National Initiative for Human Development program that is in the third phase with a special focus on the new generation, what we called the new generations. This initiative aimed at the fight against poverty and the improvement of the living conditions of vulnerable groups. Morocco set up a public policy to protect childhood, strengthen the laws, protection of children, institutionalization of signaling and supervision policies in the entire territory for children protection. It is the reality that we've been living for quite a few years in Morocco. The experience of Morocco in the area in the fight against child labor shows a regression of this phenomenon since 1999. The reduction of 93% of child labor over these years. Morocco is an estimate from 100,000 to a few thousand today. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is at the center of new migrations, and our migration policies are based on human rights. We adopted a law on the fight against human trafficking. We have a national commission in charge of coordinating the efforts of all the components of the government, public institutions, and organization of civil society to fight and prevent human trafficking, consolidate human rights as a key condition to ensure human dignity and the improvement of life, quality of life. We have the entry into force of laws on domestic work, and this law will ensure also the protection of younger girls against all forms of exploitation and violence in a domestic environment. The national law also launched another program, the generalization of social coverage for all citizens by 2025. So there is access to social coverage to all citizens in Morocco, workers and involved also in non-paid work. The goal is the strengthening of the fundamental elements of the state and the creation of decent work, and a great project with the creation of 250,000 jobs for job seekers, especially those who suffered after the COVID-19. We called it the project Chantier, which is already in advanced state. With regard to its implementation, it involves all the territories and it takes place very rapidly. Before closing my speech, I would like to strengthen that child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking are absolute priority for the sustainable development, and they are not a phenomenon that can be tackled in an isolated way. but their elimination are key to achieve the SDGs. The government should accelerate the public measures to protect workers and fight vulnerability at work, consolidate governments at different levels, and growth the ability of public and private actors and economic partners and social partners to promote decent work and social dialogue. Last week in Morocco, this is why I close my intervention, was we launched the social dialogue initiative, and in the next weeks, we have a general dialogue for establishing a new social pact in order to challenge the new challenges. We have important goals to achieve, and all wanted to involve all the actors that can help with an harmonious involvement in compliance with human rights. Thank you very much, Minister, for your engagements and for your plans for new projects in order to accelerate the effort in the eradication of child labor and forced labor. I invite the public or the participants to join me and look at a short video before we give the floor to the European Commissioner and to the other ministers who gave us the honor of participating to this opening session.
When I grow up, I want to be a teacher.
I want to be a musician.
I want to be a firefighter. I'm going to be a doctor.
I want to be a pilot and fly around the world.
I want to be a farmer.
I want to be a fisherman, a veterinarian,
An engineer. I want to help people.
Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much for your attention. And now we give the floor to Madam Karin van Depp, Minister of Social Affairs and Employment of the Netherlands.
Nous n'avons plus de rêves.
We have no more dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, these sad words are not mine. They are the words of young women workers in a textile factory in India. It appears in the novel for young people entitled Made by Indira. The novel tells the story of two young 15-year-old girls, just like my daughter. One lives in the Netherlands. She goes to high school. She likes new clothes. The other, thousands of miles away, makes her own clothes. These two fictional characters are inspired by the testimonies of 75 girls interviewed in India. All of them work in the textile industry. Their lives, dreams without possibility, without perspectives. Their words make my heart beat faster. And I think many of you share this feeling. Every human being has the right to dreams, whether is Javi, young textile workers in India, or aluminum factories in Bangladesh, or in a brick factory in Afghanistan, or closer to home, an immigrant lured to the Netherlands by beautiful promises, who find themselves living and working in appalling conditions. It is time to give the dream back to all of these human beings. It is not enough to point fingers at other countries. We all have to take responsibility. The Dutch government is aware of this. In the framework of the broad action program, my government gives priority to the fight against human trafficking by financially encouraging companies to do more. Either we fight against child labor on a national level, or we fight against the abuses that we as migrants can fall victim at home, such as exploitation. And we study how to prosecute more effectively those responsible for human trafficking and forced labor. Ladies and gentlemen, the deadline that we have called for, agreed upon at the United Nations, is fast approaching. If we are to meet this date, we must move forward together, and we want to meet it. It's why the Netherlands has become an 8.7 alliance country to unite efforts to eradicate child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking as quickly as possible. Through the Alliance 8.7, we can encourage companies to attack child labor, and we can exchange on what is effective and what is not. We talk about it. All the member states of the European Union should join the Alliance. The more we are in this platform, the stronger our impact will be. Together, we have more weight. That's why we are working for the European legislation that obliges companies to take responsibility and remedy prejudices and waste in their production chains, whether it is about human rights, child labor, or environmental problems. On the national level, we introduce national legislation taking into account fair competition conditions and European regulation at the same time. We invest in producing countries that act against poverty, that commit to decent work, and to better education and social protection. Cooperation is the key to our action. This is not only the responsibility of a government, but also of companies, social partners, and NGOs. Consumers, as well, producer countries. The dialogue will be held on an equal footing because we feel the same discomfort and urgency. Tolerance zero. It is time to eradicate child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. Let's try to use this conference to take a big step towards this goal, because every human being has the right to dream. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for this message of hope, which also makes reference to a national legislation of the Netherlands for the enterprise corporate due diligence into producing and consuming countries, and an appeal to European countries. I'm pleased to hear to connect Alliance 8.7. I now give the floor to Madame Yuta, European Commissioner to International Partnership.
Distinguished guests, we simply cannot tolerate child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. Yet ending these human rights abuses is not easy. It demands partnership, not just between countries, but also between different sectors, from governments to civil societies to businesses. The EU is proud to join the Alliance 8.7, and we look forward to working with all of you to take urgent collective action to end child labor by 2025. One of the best ways to have an impact is by fostering responsible global supply chains. And that's why the EU recently adopted a new proposal on corporate sustainability due diligence. In order for companies to access EU supply chains, they will be required to identify and address practices that threaten workers and the environment. The EU and our international partners share the feeling that consumer goods must not come at the expense of workers, especially children. We recently reaffirmed this commitment in our communication, Decent Work Worldwide. Together with member states, we want to champion decent work both at home and abroad. Dear colleagues, this event comes at the right moment as we wrap up the 2021 International Year Against Child Labour and prepare for the 5th Global Conference on Child Labour in May. Let's make 2022 the year we came together for the world's children and most vulnerable.
Merci beaucoup aussi pour ce message d'espoir.
Thank you very much for these words of hope, the generosity of the European Union and the hope to make 2022 the year we can come together for the world's children. And I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Lilian Chan, Secretary of State Ministry, Federal Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs in Germany.
Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellences, ministres, mesdames et messieurs, merci de m'avoir invité.
Federal Minister Hubertus Heil is disappointed not to be able to address you on this important topic himself today, but he sends his regards. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 2030 agenda, the international community committed itself to putting an end to child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking once and for all. For Germany, this is a top priority. We therefore joined Alliance 8.7 at an early stage, and we now want to take on the responsibilities of a pathfinder country. We want to be among the countries working hardest in both international and national context to ensure Target 8.7 is reached around the world. Eliminating child labor by 2025 and eradicating forced labor and human trafficking by 2030 are ambitious goals. They require our full commitment to doing all we can. Let me give you some details about where Germany stands. Forced labor and human trafficking are not faraway problems for us. Even in the middle of Europe, you can find modern slavery. Even in Germany, victims are still not given enough support, and perpetrators are still not reported to the authorities often enough. We must thus take action now. We must implement robust, effective measures. We have done much in recent years to find exploitative working conditions in Germany. Let me mention 3 of our measures specifically. First, with the Occupational Safety and Health Inspection Act, we put an end to employment relationships that are exploitative and accommodations that are unfit for workers in the meat industry and other sectors. Second, with the Act on Illegal Employment and Benefit Fraud, we expanded our possibilities to prosecute human trafficking. And third, with last year's Act on Corporate Due Diligence Obligations in Supply Chains, we established the first binding regulations concerning corporate due diligence in the field of human rights. Those represent important statutory measures. However, it is also clear that more must be done. Alliance 8.7 provides us with an important framework for our efforts. Let me give you an example. In the context of the Alliance 8.7, Germany organized a multi-stakeholder national workshop last November. It focused on the fight against human trafficking. Working with experts, we produced results that have re-energized Germans' commitment to fighting forced labor and human trafficking. Plans are already being made for another workshop with Alliance 8.7. Within the framework of Germany's presidency of the G7, we want to address the topic of sustainable supply chains at international level in May. The Federal Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs expressly welcomed the Commission's presentation of its draft directive on sustainable corporate governance. EU-level regulation of corporate due diligence in global value chains will make an important contribution to protecting human rights and the environment. Alongside statutory regulation and the multi-stakeholder approach, we are active in a third field, fulfilling our international commitments. These include the ILO Protocol on Forced Labor and the recommendations of the Council of Europe. We already have another concrete plan. These include establishing an independent reporting body and developing a national action plan to combat all forms of human trafficking. These plans are part of our overall strategy to combat all forms of human trafficking, and we will push ahead with them quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic requires us to take decisive action in many areas. We must protect people's health, stabilize the global economy, and strengthen our labor markets. The fight against child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking also requires us to take decisive action. We need a strong international community, a community that makes use of the expertise of diverse stakeholders. We need events like this one today. I would like to thank the French team for its dedication to making progress on this issue. This conference can send an important message to the world, especially in view of the global conference on the elimination of child labor in Durban. With this in mind, I hope we all have a productive exchange of ideas and are able to produce good results to further the process.
Merci beaucoup à Madame Liliane Chan.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Liliane Chan, for reminding us the importance of the due diligence in the world supply chains and the efforts made by the European countries to eliminate this scourge. I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Donada Seferi, Deputy Minister of Health and Social Protection in Albania.
Thank you very much, and honorable participants and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you, the Alliance, for this jointly convening this high-level meeting in collaboration with French Ministers of Labor, Employment and Inclusion, with Caritas France and Committee Against Modern Slavery. This is very important to be together in these days and for this such an important issues. And I am very honored to be part of this virtual meeting. Almost 3 years ago, Albania became part of this alliance, showing its commitment to eliminate forced child labor and child trafficking. Albania has embraced the global partnership designed to make a strong contribution to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it fully committed to its implementation in the context of the European integration process. The government of Albania and the Ministry of Health and Social Protection have materialized this commitment by drafting focused policies and programs. The adoption of the National Action Plan for the Protection of Children from Economic Exploitations, including children in street situation, it was implemented in 2019 and 2021. And several sub-legal acts reflect the commitment of state and non-state institutions to prevent, identify, and provide protection for every child who is at risk or in a situation of economic exploitation. The purpose of the National Action Plan is to guarantee the rights and protection of economically exploited children, including children in street situations, through the prevention, establishment of services, and strengthening the implementation of legislation by ensuring the protection of children victims of economic exploitation. After the implementation of the National Action Plan, field teams were established to ensure the proactive identification, referral, and case management of children in need of protection, including children in street situation, economically exploited children, and children victims of trafficking. Achievements identified during implementation of the action plan were the enrollment in school of children that were identified in situation of exploitation, the establishment of emergency centers, and increased cooperations among various actors at local and central level. In 2021, Albania adopted the National Agenda on the Rights of the Child, 2021-2026. It is a strategic document which expresses the priorities of the Albanian government for the realization of all child rights. One of the main pillars of the new strategy is elimination of all forms of violence, exploitation, abuse, and harmful practices, and which concrete objectives are in line with 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Alliance 8.5 goals. Improving coordination among all the stakeholders at central and local levels is needed to maximize the impact, and our efforts in finding the effective paths to zero child labor and the Ministry of Health and Social Protection is fully committed to lead this process. Significant legal changes have been undertaken to promote interinstitutional cooperation at the local level and to establish clear procedures for identification, immediate assistance, and referral of economically exploited children in the formal and informal sector, including children in street situations. The new law on the rights and protection of the child, as well as the labor code, provide provisions for child protection from economic exploitation, setting the age of 16 as the minimum working age and requiring that the child can perform light work, which does not harm his health, development, or hinders the child from attending school. According to these dispositions, the child is protected from carrying out any forced work with his family at school, rehabilitation and sentencing institutions, or in cultural, artistic, sporting, modeling, or advertising activities, which present danger, deprives the education, harm his physical, mental, spiritual, moral, or social health or development. Many municipalities in Albania are drafting local action plans to holistically address the issue of child labor and their protection from economic exploitation. These local social plans contain concrete objectives and measures for all of their territory, as such as, of course, targeting the most vulnerable families and children regarding registration or unregistration children, vaccination, school registration, access to medical services, parental employment, psychological and counseling support, and of course, awareness campaigns and training of professionals and provision of services. Finally, allow me to express Albania's commitment to the Global Alliance goals as well as our active commitment during the 5th International Conference on the Eradication of Child Labor that it will be organized this year. Wishing good proceedings and of this high-level meeting, I thank you all for this meeting and for the attention. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre déléguée.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister for insisting on child protection, school access. You stressed this need a lot. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Adrian Taquet, Secretary of State in charge of Childhood and Families of France. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, Madam Chair, Mrs. Carver, representatives of the NGOs. I wish I could be there today, but I believe that this conference would be crucial thanks to the participation of a high number of countries. So I think this approach is very strong, as strong is the partnership. As Secretary of State in charge of family matters, I really care about eradication of child labor, because labor deprives children of their dignity, their childhood, of their dreams. And Maria Montessori used to say that the only work for a child is to create the man he will become. So we have to foster this development without any child to be victim of exploitative situations. So we have millions of children exploited around the world. The figures published confirm to what extent we had to protect children from exploitation. You know that in 2020, in the figures were even on the rise, the figures of children in work. France is also involved. We counted over 3,000 victims of trafficking in the latest years. These children were also considered by the national services. These children were victims either in the family or outside the family. So the time has come to take action and to protect the basic rights of these children. We have made efforts, and Alliance 8.7 plays a major role in this, together with the Pathfinder countries and all the partners. France wished to access to the status of Pathfinder country through a global strategy to stop child labor. Through the strategy, we will work to better identify victims of trafficking or children in a situation of work. And we would like to identify the symptoms, so to speak, of an exploitative situation. And we want to foster common culture around the needs of the children. For example, we have a very concrete action in the law for the protection of the children. February the 7th, 2022, this law has established a list of dangers, of potentially dangerous situations in France. And it involves many institutions, so the health ministry, the social institutions, to prevent such situations. We will develop also other situations to identify potential victims.
Il faut repérer les enfants victimes d'exploitation.
We have to look for children who are exploited. They have to be protected and benefited from protection. We need to ensure an unconditional protection to these children. We have to provide them a health education adapted to each one of their situation, their needs. Another example is also in the fight against the prostitution of minors, a growing phenomenon in our country. A plan that I have launched, an initiative that I launched myself in France. There are provisions. At the moment, there are very limited laws, and we wanted to develop the measures and provide a safe place for these children. We also develop welcome units for pediatric children, for very small children, to help them from a health point of view so they can overcome traumas they have experienced. We have dedicated environments, multidisciplinary and places, and help them accessing their rights. This is another objective we are working on, because we know these are very urgent actions. We also needed to implement a primary prevention policy to fight against child labor and exploitation. We all agree on this point, developing at the national and European level, and see how we can prevent child trafficking by ensuring access to education, health, reducing poverty, so that the parents are less forced to send their children to work. And European and work also to provide a guarantee for a childhood, launched March 15. Each country by March 15 will have to present a national plan to provide a guarantee to childhood, and we hope that this approach will be developed of each country. The day after tomorrow, we will have a dedicated event dedicated to child guarantee in the framework of the presidency of France. And we wanted to find new resources to ensure children a better future and share good practices and innovative practices and voluntarism to eradicate the vulnerability factors. Finally, to conclude the strategy of the EU on child labor will have to be deepened, and that will be evoked further. Strong engagements are required. I can encourage all of you in the next coming 2 days to share your experiences, to benefit from each one competent skills, and talk about the primary needs of children and away from all kinds of exploitation. We have a war at the heart of our continent. We have an exodus underway, children are victims, and so we have to think about them as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary of State in charge of childhood and families of France. You placed an accent on a subject that was not tackled just up until now, which is the issue of sexual exploitation of children, and also the multidisciplinary support that we need. We need the skills of everyone. This is the message. And without any further ado, let's look at another video which is going to be launched in a few seconds.
One day a man came.
Un jour,
He said he'll get me a good job as a maid in the city, but he lied.
When I got there, I found there was no job. They told me I had to work as a prostitute to pay back what I owed. I refused, but they locked me in a room.
I worked 10 to 14 hours a day with no days off. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere.
And threatened that if we didn't obey him, I would lose my job. I can't leave, as I have no other skills or savings.
In order for us to survive, my father has to continue to take out loan after loan from a money lender in our village. But there is no way for him to pay it back without all of us working it off in brick production.
If I complain, my boss beats me. I don't know what to do. I want to change my life and not live in fear anymore.
I left crying, in shock, and with nothing. I'm David Oyelowo.
I'm Lindu Ebungani.
I'm Joaquin Furriel.
I'm Frida Pinto.
I'm Robin Wright.
I'm Wagner Moura.
I'm Ronald Thakur.
And this story is real.
Je tiens à préciser que ce sont
I would like to specify these people who talked are actors, and they gave their voice and their face to victims of exploitations. Now I would like to move on to the visual report which has been prepared. And so I'm asking the ministries who are present to stay connected and turn on their cameras.
Nous voyons là un rapport visuel.
Voilà, this is a very rich visual report that we can use when we draw up the report of our work, which will be continued during these 2 days. I don't know if the ministries who are connected wanted to say any comment. Otherwise, we just look at this beautiful image. Mr. Taquet, would you like to say something? No, it's excellent, really, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your interventions, and ladies and gentlemen, ministers. Now we close this session. It is 10:38, and I will see you back at 10:45 for the continuation of our work. See you soon.
Je mets le mien.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to restart our day after this very inspiring, I would say, and informative official opening. We are going to have now a session. We have time until 12:30 with the organizers, the co-organizers, and a few other invitees to the event that will actually explain us the context in which this high-level meeting takes place and its objectives. Before we do that, before we start, let me remind you a couple of things that are very important for you to take the best advantage you can out of this day. First of all, I'm happy to inform all of you that we have 134 people as attendees, so people who are actually listening to us and the speakers. So welcome to all of you. Please, I saw that there was already some good exchange in the chat, which is fantastic. That is the right place to use in order to exchange information, as Kwaku was doing, to also exchange material. You can upload material there, and to exchange your opinion. While if you have a specific question for one of the panelists, please make sure you use the Q&A space. You can write your question there, and we have someone appointed to answer. Or if it is the case, the question can be posted to one of the panelists by the moderator, and the panelist will answer orally. Remember to have your interpretation channel active all the time. I will speak most of the time, but not always, but most of the time in English, while Anouche will speak in French, and the speakers will have the freedom to speak in the language they prefer. Having said so, let me invite the co-organizers of this event. I'm going to call them to the table. We have with us Monsieur Jean-Marie Bourgouburu, President of the National Advisory Commission on Human Rights, from France. Then we have Geneviève Collat from Secours Catholique and coordinator of the collective Together Against Trafficking in Human Beings, also from France, and Sylvie Audy, chairperson of the Committee Against the Modern Slavery, France. So without losing no more time, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Monsieur Jean-Marie Bourgouburu. Please.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mrs. Anouche Carvar, Alliance 8.7, and welcome to all the participants. I think that this video conference, high-level conference, is a high-level conference for our participants, but it is going to be very important for the work we have to do together. My name is Jean-Marie Bourgouburu. I am the president of the National Advisory Commission of Human Rights, called the CNCDH, which is the French National Institution, Independent Institution of Human Rights in France. I am very happy that the commission that I have the honor of chairing is one of the co-organizers of this conference. I'm not the only one. Geneviève Collat, she's going to speak after me. And she's also for the member of Secours Catholique Caritas France, will follow me. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations on December 10th in 1948, is the base on which we have developed the basis of our commission. The National Declaration, the Declaration of Human Rights, says that nobody can be a slave or kept in slavery. Slavery and the trafficking of slaves are prohibited on the French territory. This is Article 4 of the Universal Declaration. It also sets the prohibition of trafficking and exploitation of human beings. The violation of this prohibition is considered of one of the most severe violations of human rights. When a person is a victim of trafficking, almost all his or her rights are affected. His dignity, the freedom of movement, the physical integrity, the right of just and favorable working conditions, the sufficient level of life, the right to health protection. If we take some examples, the young girl working in domestic employment without without a passport, she will be prohibited to move. She won't have her passport. This is just an example. The migrant worker, another example, forced to work in a farm, sleeping on the ground, without a passport, without a fair salary, without the right to a family life. And then another example, a child, a small child or a small girl who does not have the right to education and safety, and as you can see, the exploitation of human rights is a major violation of all of human rights. And so it is a multiple and a major and crashing violation of human rights of such an extent that is also a denial of the dignity of human beings. And France also recognizes this as an attack to human dignity. The evolution of laws and societies allowed to eliminate child labor and child and human trafficking from a legal standpoint. But despite this legal elimination of child labor and human trafficking, these violations persist, even illegally persists everywhere in the world, despite the sanctions. And today, national laws and international mechanisms of protection of human rights are there. We have to put an end to child labor, to forced labor, to human trafficking. Is a difficult task for governments, for institutions, and for the different associations helping the victims. This phenomenon requires a global response based on human rights, and it is based on three main objectives: prevent, protect, and punish. Since May 2014 and the adoption of the National Action Plan in France against human trafficking, the CNCDH plays a key role in the French context in the fight against human trafficking and exploitation. The mandate of a national rapporteur, independent rapporteur on this issue. The choice of CNCDH to exercise its mandate perfectly matches the mission accomplished in its role as a national institution to promote and protect human rights, accredited by the statute by the United Nations. Following Article 19 of the Directive 2001/34 on human trafficking, the fight against this phenomenon, the rapporteur of which is CNCDH should accomplish several missions: the evaluation of the phenomenon at national level, definition of trends, collecting data, evaluation of actions conducted to fight against trafficking and exploitation, the links with national associations and international organizations, and the drafting of reports to be sent to the government and the parliament. Contribute to the organization and participation of these to the government and with the different players of the civil society in harmony with the mission of National Independent Rapporteur of CNCDH. These 2 days have the goal of establishing a dialogue between the different stakeholders in the fight against forced labor and human trafficking, in order to evaluate the progresses made by each one in the prevention and in the fight against this phenomenon. evaluate the progresses, because we know that this is a difficult task and requires a lot of time. During the initial presentation, opening of our session showed it. We know that this is a difficult task, but in this seminar, we also have to share the good practices of each other so that each one can draw inspiration from one another and formulate concrete proposals to strengthen the means and the efforts in order to tackle the exploitation. What are the causes of this exploitation? Informal employment, poverty, the lack of the workers' rights protection, discrimination, all problems on which CNCDH is regularly focused and works on. CNCDH, the commission I chair, is very much interested by these topics. What is key is the due diligence and social corporate responsibility and supply chains, and so the responsibility is not the only placed on the government but also on enterprises. When we talk about human trafficking, it is key. CNCDH talked about these topics several times in the framework of its role as rapporteurs on trafficking, but also and its national rapporteur on the implementation of the guidelines of the UN on the enterprises and human rights. And so the elaboration of and the law on due diligence. And so my commission is very much engaged in the topic of this meeting for the realization of Agenda 2030 on the Sustainable Development Goal, where the objective 8.7 and putting an end to child labor by 2025, and France last November has become a pathfinder country of Alliance 8.7. So I wish to good work of and I hope that we will achieve good results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your words and also for reminding everyone about the importance and the responsibility that lies on enterprises. I give now the floor to Geneviève from Secours Catholique. Geneviève, the floor is yours. As you have heard, you have this little sound.
Merci beaucoup.
9 minutes.
Notre présence ici ensemble pour cette rencontre.
Thank you very much. This meeting here is already important to fight against this problem, the human trafficking, child labor, forced marriages, organ trafficking, and so on. We insisted on the different topics and the fight against human trafficking.
Tous les phénomènes d'exploitation et de traite.
Against all trafficking and exploitation phenomena. I would like to give a word to our Ukrainian friends, because we have worked together many times. We met people in Ukraine, people who worked against trafficking, and we do hope it will be working to avoid trafficking during the war. I would like to insist on the fact that the voluntary-based policies centered on the victims and the survivors of trafficking are in place in all states. So the European Union plays a major role to foster a consistent European policy. The French presidency of the EU is a good opportunity for all the partners, trade unions, international institutions, European institutions, to progress in this matter, to take up a victim-centered approach, to give the victims their dignity back, and to foster safety-based approach. We would like to insist on 5 pillars. And first, identifying victims, protection, assistance, support to victims. It is important to set up a national mechanism for supporting the victims in each European country. Each state must have a steering institution, an interministerial institution which deals with this matter. The non-sanction principle should be complied with by all member states so that victims can report the perpetrators without being afraid of arrestation, of being arrested. It is also important to set up a system of trials and victims' compensation to foster reporting to the police authorities. Then support to the victims, especially if these victims are children, and information should be shared among countries. Cooperations should be strengthened among civil society cooperation, and awareness raising campaigns should be launched, as well as the training of professionals. It is also important to set up shelters for victims of trafficking. It is important to set up migration policies to eradicate trafficking during migration, making a distinction between migrant trafficking and human trafficking. Cooperation among states is necessary, as well as international cooperation to set up European policy based on human rights respect. It is important to provide regular follow-up. The victims should should have access to asylum and social protection, and the systematic policies of expulsion should be revised, and instead support policies should be put in place. The third item is to promote a network to ban any trade based on forced labor. The due diligence directive should be adopted with the agreement of the digital enterprises throughout the supply chain. They had to comply with this directive. The digital enterprises should clarify their stand. It is also important to stress the importance of tackling pornography on the net. And sometimes there are companies which are not located in the European Union, so it must be possible to pursue companies as well. It is also important to tackle the problem of women exploited, sexually exploited or exploited at work, domestic work. Special protection to children should be given without discrimination. All children, irrespective of their origin or sexual orientation, should be supported in the framework of children protection. Unaccompanied minors should also be considered because they're particularly vulnerable to exploitation. then the protection must also be taken into account within a framework of protection. The European countries should set up a framework of professionals to deal with children with a mechanism that can help these children. Also, children above the age of 18 should be considered in the European Union because many adult children, mostly girls, are victims of exploitation. It is important to tackle the deep causes of children prostitution, discourage demand, and raise awareness among the clients to eradicate the phenomenon of human trafficking, the exploitation at work, at international level, at European level. To do that, it is important to put an end to the violation of human rights throughout the supply chain, subcontractors, contractors, and harmonize the social responsibility mechanisms of companies with binding rules that must be adopted in Europe for the multinationals as well, so that the victims of exploitation can also access to justice and legal remedies. It is important to strengthen the due diligence and to strengthen the Treaty on Multinationals, which is under discussion at the UN. It is important to ensure the protection of workers, the decent working conditions, and the workers must access to all necessary information. I believe that Alliance 8.7 is a true useful opportunity and framework to find solutions together, irrespective of the country we are, so that we can actively take action against all forms of human trafficking, forced labor, and child labor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Geneviève. I would like to give the floor.
Bienvenue.
Bonjour, vous m'entendez?
Yes, very well.
Good morning. Can you hear me well? Because I have some connection issues, says the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to take the floor here today and to share my experience. Let me recall the Committee Against Slavery, which was established amongst the general indifference to speak about slavery, to support victims, and to call for the action of the authorities. Nobody in France used to talk about this. These people were invisible, but we wanted to help these victims to find their dignity. Today, we are working with the vulnerable people who are trapped, sometimes in domestic work. And the actors of this action are not punished. Many people came from many countries of the European Union. In 2021, we received over 400 reports, and we supported 261 people, 66% women. Domestic work, slavery, can be found in every layer of society. But the committee thinks that These figures are only the tip of the iceberg. Ladies and gentlemen, France is a country based on law. The committee decided to use the legal weapon, even though at the time there were no legal instruments, but our lawyers studied the articles of the legal instruments about human dignity. The first trial was held many years ago, and after that, after 1994, our lawyers defended over 178 victims whose rights were violated. And in 2005, the legal law was implemented, and this allowed us to fight against modern slavery and forced labor. And finally, in the year 2000, the modern slavery gained visibility. Christine Lazaire, who will become the president of the consultative committee, raised awareness at the General Assembly, at the National Assembly. And since then, more visibility was given to human trafficking. The Parliament voted a text in 2003 about the networks, and the first framework law voted by the European Union on the judicial and police cooperation as well. So these institutions are essential because the jurists can help the victims raise awareness at the public, with the public opinion towards this issue, this problem which exists in France, everywhere, in a city, in a village, or in the agricultural sector. The profile of victims has changed over time, mostly women, girls, but also men, victims of forced labor in the construction sector, in the hotel and restaurant sector, small enterprises and trade sectors. 30% of men and 60% of women are among the victims that we support. Globalization has changed the economies and the world of work. In April 2013, the European Directive about the rights of victims, at this occasion, the National Assembly, after voted for the elimination of the forced labor after the creation of the Committee Against Modern Slavery to pursue the perpetrators and support the victims, even though they're sometimes invisible, but despite more and more accurate international framework, human trafficking is insufficiently known, and we need clear policies and give more visibility to this scourge. More efforts must be done. That's why today the committee wants France to become a pathfinder country in the 8.7 alliance. This is very important opportunity to fight against trafficking, child labor and forced labor. And we believe that this virtual conference must be a major opportunity to fight against this scourge, to protect the victims, to pursue the perpetrators, to raise awareness among the public opinion, and to strengthen the partnerships against human trafficking in France and abroad. We do not want to tolerate human trafficking, forced labor, and child labor. This is a goal that we have established in our committee. Our team and the volunteers fight every day to make this goal come true. So we want to work with the Alliance. We want to share the experience of the Alliance and the partners. So the more we are, the more effectively we can achieve our goals. We want to share the good practices, and we have to remember that our Western are also touched by this scourge. Thank you very much.
It was very interesting for us to listen to your words, to the figures you shared, to the experience you shared, and also to listen to the objective of your entities, the entities that you are representing, the National Advisory Commission on Human Rights, Secours Catholique, and the Committee Against Modern Slavery. We go on now inviting Roxane Wadiri Hassani. Je vais parler en français maintenant, so je vais demander aux personnes qui écoutent en anglais.
So, I would like to give the floor to Roxana Ouguairi Hassani, chargée de développement de projet, avec Leila et Abdelil. Leila is a young girl who has been supported by the Committee Against Slavery. Leila accepted to witness her story and to tell us how she was exploited in France as a domestic worker before meeting the association, before knowing the association. Abdelil also was exploited in the building sector. So I give them the floor so they will tell us their stories. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning. We are in the the seat of the Organization Against Modern Slavery. As it was said by the previous speakers, exploitation through work and human trafficking is present in France today in several areas. Leila, you can tell us about your story. Good morning, I'm Leila. I arrived in France in 2016 in a family.
Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez, Leila,
Leila, can you tell us in detail what happened in this family? If I'm not mistaken, you got to this family because they were asked you to host, to give you a place to stay and help you find a job. How these exploitations are implemented? How do they take place? So that family, my family got in touch with this family in France, and she accepted to give me a place to stay. In the beginning, she was very kind with me. In the first 2 weeks, everything was fine. And she told me what I had to do at home and what was not what was prohibited. I had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I had to work till 11 p.m. I had no time for rest. I had to eat separately from the family. If I'm not mistaken, you said that your living conditions even got worse. Can you give us some example? I was only working for her and her family morning to night. I could only go out to go take the children to school and pick them and take them back. I could not go out. I could not go out on my own. I could not even speak inside the house. I was really isolated. How many children were there and how old were the children you were looking after? 3 boys and 2 girls. The elder was a 19, the deuxième 16, and then there was even a newborn. I was looking after the baby the entire day. So on top of looking after the children, what did you do at home? I had to prepare to help the children go to school. I had to prepare the breakfast. When I came back from dropping the children to school, I had to prepare lunch. I had to pick up the children at 4, and then I had to prepare dinner for the evening. And you always had to look after the baby. Yes, and I had to carry the baby on my back, and I had to do also the chores in the meantime. So no rest at all, no stop. With regard to the living conditions, besides the work, were they providing meeting your needs for to sleep or to eat? No. In the beginning, when I arrived, I was sleeping in a bunker bed initially. I was very cold and I didn't even have enough blankets, and I even slept on the ground. And every time the baby was crying, I had to get up every time to feed the baby at the night. She was doing nothing. She was not looking after, not even looking after the baby. I had to do that and feed him at night. At one point, you regretted being there. You wanted to go back to your country of origin. Would that have been possible? I did not know what she promised my family when I arrived. I was promised actually that they would send me to school. Instead, I was isolated. I did not have right to speak even. I had nothing. I didn't know who I could talk to. And when I was speaking to my mother, she talked to her and all. And I could not speak because otherwise she was going to hit me. And so you had your mother in your country of origin, but the situation you left in your country was of what type? Was it a problem for you to go back? Going back to my country of origin, the situation was not good.
Excuse-moi. Ça va. Alors, aujourd'hui, Leïla,
And
excusez-moi.
today, Leila,
Témoigner pour la première fois.
it is the first time that you talk about this experience before an audience like this one. What do you do today? How are things going? What are your projects, short-term, medium-term, long-term? I know you have many. Everything with the CCM, everything is fine. Everything is much better. I have trust. I have more confidence in myself. Despite, and I wanted to speak with, because I thought that maybe my experience could be helpful for others. Today, I have confidence in myself, and I know that there are people supporting me. And today, everything is really great. What are your dreams? What are your projects? After delivery, I will go to work. Thank you. And if you have time, maybe we can go back and talk to you about your experience. In the meantime, we'll listen to Abdi. Abdi did not work in a private home. He worked in the construction sector in France always. Can you tell us a little bit what your experience has been? Thank you very much for organizing this event. For the Alliance 8.7. Thanks to all the organizers. My name is Abdelil. I arrived in France in 2016. I worked in the construction sector. They were restructuring buildings. I met a gentleman and he offered me to some work. He made some great promises. These promises were made verbally. And I worked with him till the end of 2017. We from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. But since at the time I he realized that he asked me to stay in and sleep in the construction yard, and so I accepted to stay in the construction yard. And he made great promises to give me papers and hire me with a contract, an actual contract, and find me a place to stay. But after the entire 2017, he made great promises, but he never respected what he said. He never stick. And so and so I had no trust in this person. And I told him, you have to meet your promises. And he said, I did not make any promises. These were just, I did not mean what I said. And so I had a problem to speak to people because I fear that we're not believing in what I said. I called the head of the construction, hoping to find some support because I was even promised to give me papers. I contacted the organization to help, and they sent me a list of things I had to the document to provide. Of course, I did not have an official salary. I worked with him, but I could not prove that I worked with that person. I was in charge of also my transportation. And so I contacted CIMAT, and so thanks to there was a lady who came worked for an association, and she came to the construction yard. She got interested in my case, and she said, and they said, you cannot stay here. We are going to take you to the CCM. And then if I go there, what do I do? Because then that would have created a problem with the person I was working with. So I ended up anyway to the CCM. They explained what happened. And they said, okay, we're not going to work with you, but you have to pay everything, all the wages that you promised to pay. Now you have to pay everything you promised me to my full wage, and I will leave. He owed me 4,000 euro, and did not want to pay. And I filed a report, and today I thank God to all those who helped me to get to CCM, who supported me and helped me. And today, thank you, Abdelil, for telling us what happened to you. I think that since you did not know your rights, your employer was able to keep you in a state where you had no other choice but to work for him, since you were not aware of your rights. And you know that there is the law imposing a minimum wage, and you were not even given that right. And they also promised you to give you the papers, and they did not. Now, with regard to your ability to develop, to grow in France, you speak French, so that is an advantage when you arrived in France, but still you feel unable to understand to gather the information by yourself. No, it was not possible, because I speak French, but I did not know the legislation. I did not know what were the administrative procedures. Today, you have filed the complaints in 2018. Is this something that you thought you would have done when you were working in the construction yard? Well, it was worth doing it because they treated me like a slave. I working all year round, every day, without rest, till 2 o'clock in the morning. But I was afraid of being expelled, but with this association, I was able to get support, and in 2020 or 2021, the procurator applied administrative sanctions, and this also ended up as a criminal offense. Thank you very much for reminding us of difficulties that you have to face You have been very brave and you have been helped by professionals, and despite that, you still have had to overcome some difficulties. I have another question for you, Leila? So he explained I was able to leave this situation thanks to the mobilization of colleagues as well, who were not living in the construction yard, and they told him that they were pulling his leg, really. They were not taking him seriously. How were you able to leave the situation you were in? Once I was not feeling well. I was telling the lady that I was not feeling good. She didn't believe me. And so I was going to throw away the trash. I met a young lady, and she called someone, and so I explained to this lady that I was living in this family. I explained my condition, but I have no right to talk to anybody. And she said, what they're doing to you is not normal. There is an association nearby. I can help you and take you there, and so they can help you find a solution. This is why when I went to this association with this young lady, they said there is a lawyer, and they gave me an appointment for the afternoon, and I explained the situation to this lawyer. She said, this is not normal, and you are being exploited. This is slavery. This is why they contacted the CCM, and I said I could not contact you before because I was not even allowed to leave the house. So I explained the problem, and I was meeting the criteria. And so they told me that was February, and they come, and I could not still leave the house. I had to look after the baby. So I told to the social worker that I could not leave the baby alone and leave the house. And then I'm going to pretend I'm going to go out to throw away the trash, and this is the way I was able to leave the house. We have reached the end of our time. There would be a lot of things you can talk to us about, but we have seen the concrete conditions of both of them. You can imagine the daily work of living in a construction yard without heating, without running water, without anything. Just imagine the working condition without a helmet, without safety equipment, the risk of injury. And anyway, thank you very much, Leila. Thank you very much, Abdil. And thank you very much to the organizers for having included their witnesses, their story.
Thank you, Roxana, and a special thank to Leila and Abdjalil for the time they spent with us, for sharing their stories, which is fundamental for us to understand the work of the committee.
Here at our meeting, the organizer of this event, namely Philippe Van Unegem, Chief of Fundamentals at the ILO, and also representing the Secretariat of Alliance 8.7, together with Cyril Cosme, Director of the Office of the ILO in Paris. Philippe and Cyril, thanks a lot for coming here today. And I give you the floor. Bonjour, Philippe.
Thank you, Monica. Merci beaucoup, Monica, pour cette introduction.
Thank you very much, Monica, for this kind introduction. We cannot but appreciate the witness, the testimony, and this resonates with us when it comes to fight against child labor, forced labor, and trafficking in human beings. So I would like to congratulate the Alliance 8.7 in France. Unfortunately, we see that the situation is far from being rosy. The ILO and the Work Free in 2017 realized that there are 40 million Leilas and Angelils in the world who are in forced labor or in exploitation, a situation of exploitation. 15 million women are in a situation of forced marriage. So this is the picture that we have. And there are forms of slavery which are linked to bondage and to the hiring practices. So in the hiring practices for a job, there are forms of slavery, of modern slavery, which are there, and we have many examples, and they are in all sectors of economy, either private or public, everywhere in the world, which means that no country can escape this reality. Traffickers and sometimes employers are the culprits, and there is a turnover of $50 billion turning around modern slavery. The figures on child labor speaks by themselves. They account for one child out of 10 in the world. But over 20 years, and this is very worrying, we have observed the decreasing of children at work, but over the last 5 years, we have seen a trend reversal. And we see that despite the goal established by the countries members of the UN, that is eradicating child labor, we are far away, we are more and more far away this objective. When we mentioned these figures, 150 million worldwide, this was before the pandemic. It means that the pandemic has had major consequences. Many households had to find solutions, and they withdrew their children from school to find subsistence and living solutions. So which means that we are underestimating figures, and figures are even higher during the pandemic. Despite this gloomy scenario, in a very difficult health and economic setup due to the pandemic, I can say that there are some signs of hope. Allow me to go back to the title of the conference, which is Zero Tolerance on Child Labor, Forced Labor, and trafficking of human beings. Let me go back to the progress made over the last 20 years. Silvio D has just mentioned the fact that they were seen as strangers, as extraterrestrial when they came. And but many progress have been made over time. Today, the large majority of stakeholders have realized that we can no longer tolerate child labor. We have to work together. Jean-Marie Bourou said we have to work on the root causes of child labor. But what are these root causes we have to fight? Forced labor, trafficking of human beings, and child labor are a different reality, but they have some points in common. Poverty of the families, the situation in some countries, the informal economy in some countries, which foster this situation, the lack of legal protection, of social protection, of health coverage, which puts at risk some workers. Also, the large majority of child labor is in the agricultural sector and in the informal economy, because these children cannot access quality schooling, they are more vulnerable. Also, again, the lack of social protection, access to legal remedy, this fosters this phenomenon of exploitation. These root causes, which we mentioned, if we add them up to the global changes, to the crisis, the health crisis, the migration crisis, and the environmental disasters, well, this is overwhelming, and the reality shows that there is a cause-effect link. But solutions exist, results have been achieved. Many countries have made important changes to drastically reduce child labor. For example, I can mention Uzbekistan in the cotton sector, or Qatar, where the kafala system was abolished and the labor reform was put in place to improve the situation. In Latin America, Colombia has implemented major institutions against child labor. I'm mentioning these countries, I do not mean that the situation is rosy or perfect, but some good progress has been made. Mexico has managed to fight against child labor, make progress to decrease this phenomenon over the last 20 years through social protection frameworks. And in particular, at a global level, when we talk about the worst forms of child labor, we have seen some progress as well in South Africa. Child labor has dropped a lot. It means that there are good hopes, good results. So progress is possible, and it's also possible to revert the trend. In a minute, allow me to conclude by talking about the policies. The policies must be multifaceted: protection, prevention, access to services, diversity of stakeholders, either private and public, the UN, trade unions must work jointly. And we have to work at a local community level. We have to work throughout the supply chains, which are more and more complex, as well as at the private sector level. And finally, my message is that the role of the stakeholders in the cooperation has changed. We had policies and programs, for example, to withdraw children from work and put them in school, or the same for forced labor. This is good, but this is not enough. Today, the political framework is important, but also coordination is important. The work of the Alliance 8.7 is extremely important. It's a modern alliance and a small alliance with a network of 26 pathfinder countries with French leadership. And I would like to thank Madam President of the Alliance, Mrs. Carvalho, but significant progress has been made. Over the time, this alliance has realized many programs. And finally, allow me to inform you on the 5th conference on the eradication of child labor, which will be held in Durban in May. You know that every 4 years, the ILO and its partners with the organizing country holds a conference in Durban. The conference falls Oslo and Buenos Aires. Well, in this conference, we want to shift from a mere declaration to a call to action based on the engagement and commitments of the last years. This means that the declarations, so the tripartite declarations, namely the centenary declaration of 2019, must be translated into action so that we can achieve our goals. I do hope you can be there either physically or virtually. For those of you who can travel or connect via the web. And I do hope there will be big participation in this conference in the month of May in Durban. Thank you for your attention.
The good results are there. They are the drivers, I think, for all the for the work and all the efforts of all the entities that are represented here today. I give now the floor to Cyril, the director of ILO Paris, as I mentioned before. Cyril, the floor is yours.
Merci, merci beaucoup, Monica, et bonjour à toutes.
Thank you very much, Monica, and greetings to all of you. I'd like to thank Leila and Amjalil for their testimony, because they really showed us the human reality of their lives, which is the main topic of today's and tomorrow's discussions. I would like to congratulate the associations for their work, and I would like to greet Silvio D and the French president, as well as all the stakeholders who participate in this fight. Today and tomorrow, we will speak about a very important topic, all the more so that we will have this conference in May. And this progress is under threat today because we now know what we have to do to eliminate child labor. we see that the latest estimates of the ILO show that there has been a trend reversal between 2015 and 2016, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. The situation, the worst and most worrying situation in sub-Saharan Africa, which means that there is a high risk of increasing inequalities, increasing poverty, which is the major factor to prevent development. And then in the industrialized countries, child labor and forced labor and trafficking of human beings has acquired a new visibility. This visibility through the media, which have brought to light exploited the situations in domestic work, situations that we can see everywhere in our cities, abandoned miners, exploited miners. So the time has come for a huge international and European-wide mobilization, a mobilization force for the realization of some principles and values. Convention 82 on the eradication of the worst forms of child labor was ratified. It has had a global consensus. So we have to reaffirm that child labor is unacceptable. So children must be at school. No child labor, no forced labor must be accepted. We have to mobilize all the countries, irrespective of the revenue level, the income level. We have to have this huge mobilization in all continents. I would like to stress one essential condition for this mobilization to take place. It's the commitment of the economies and enterprises in the supply chain. New responsibilities have come up for the companies. New regulatory frameworks have been implemented with new due diligence provisions for the companies in terms of human rights to be respected along the supply chain.
D'ailleurs contribué à mesurer les premiers effets de la loi française.
To assess the first effects of due diligence of enterprises and the scope of the first due diligence plans and the new mapping of risks. Besides the French, German laws and of the important proposal presented by the European Commission quite recently, we have assisted to a trend which translates the need to subordinate any business model in the respect of certain rules and principles. This due diligence due by all the players of the economy, and which is the most important leverage that we have in order to eradicate forced labor and child labor. What can we do in concrete terms? Besides all the strategies, we have to put at the first place prevention. In the private sector, prevention goes through the commitment of stakeholders, of purchasing policies of people who take into account of the aspects of child labor and forced labor and the proposals announced and recalled this morning in the high-level meeting, which responded to this objective. Several tools are available today. These are social audits, corporate audits, which are not perfect, but which can be complemented with others, sectoral resources allowing to share lessons learned from the experience of each company. So there are tools available. And Philip will talk about it, but the ILO participates through platforms for enterprises and courses on forced labor and child labor. Several enterprises are involved. And then the International Training Center of the ILO certainly is one of the tools. I would like to mention new forms of partnerships which can be shared with civil society actors. The function of supervision, novel on the ground is a key. With trade union organizations and international trade union organizations as well, they can play an important role. I mentioned that the international framework agreements, which are new tools for prevention between enterprises, international trade unions, allowing and providing new opportunities to improve this governance of supply chains in compliance with the fundamental principles of work, in particular the one concerning child labor and forced labor. And again, the ILO office in Paris is engaged with the French enterprises who have signed such agreements, and this is a good example showing how the resources of the ILO, including international labor standards, can be used by social actors and social partners to define at the global level their engagements at all levels. After prevention, another important aspect in the fight against child labor and forced labor is, I think, the modernization of instruments and control models. This was underlined by Mrs. Colas. In 2014, the ILO issued a new protocol on forced labor, which is widely ratified in the EU. This protocol places the accent on the support and securitization and the access to justice of victims and in order, what is needed to be effective is the coordination with justice system as well. This is a key element of all effective measures in France. For example, there's been progresses in the collaboration between courts, labor inspections, and so on. And then a major orientation, which is structural, as Philippe said, in the fight against child labor and forced labor, is to attack the root of this problem, which is poverty and misery. And the COVID crisis showed that social protection is necessary to attenuate the shock of this crisis and support the most fragile and extend and limit poverty. And so we have, so cooperation again is very key to provide efficacy to these international labor standards and in particular those concerning forced labor and child labor. To conclude, I would like to welcome the involvement of the French government with the National Plan for Acceleration and Eliminate the Child Labor and Forced Labor and human trafficking and modern slavery. So I would like to thank all the supporters of this strategy. And I would like to remember that France renewed its commitment with a very ambitious goal on child labor and forced labor. And several times France mobilized the attention of the public opinion and international players on the challenges posed by child labor and forced labor. And I refer to the France meeting on the peace and sustainable development as well organized in Paris. These are great opportunities for us to play this role of international supervision on these issues. And so all the French partners, I would like to thank them all for their commitment. Thank you. Merci.
Look at the report of these two moments we had, the introduction of our co-organizers and organizers, presenting the context and the objective, and also the stories that we heard. So here we have the speeches in a very concise manner of Jean-Marie, Geneviève, Sylvie, Philippe, and Cyril. Please, the panelists, feel free to tell us if anything is missing. We have some lemmas, some, let's say, ground basis rule that we all share. Nobody can be kept as a slave. I saw another one on that we need to prevent, to protect, and to punish in order to fight against forced labor and human trafficking, and to fight against the child labor. Then we have the stress on the fact that migration policies have to be at the international level. The pandemic got things worse, but we did have some progresses, like in Mexico. So here and there, you can see the major concepts that have been shared up to now. I'm going to ask our colleagues to share the other visual report on Leila and Abdelil stories. So here we have the several difficulties and challenges that they had to face alone, completely alone. So lack of sleeping, the impossibility to go back to their countries, the fact that they couldn't lose the house, the long, very long working hours, the multitask they were required to undertake, the loan, the money due, the lack of a contract. Also for Roxana, who was there before with Leila and Abdelil, together with them, please feel free to tell us if anything is missing, if there is more you would like to stress. Thank you to the colleagues who prepared these. I think if there are no, let me see in the Q&A, there are no questions, we can move on with the other presenters. Let me remind you, you have the chat to exchange, and it's good, there is some good exchange there, I've noticed it, but there is also the Q&A tool where you can post your questions for our panelists, and you can also specify to whom the question is directed. We have 20 minutes ahead, which is exactly the time we need to listen to our two colleagues from Morocco and from the ILO. They are going to share with us two far-reaching projects against the child labor and trafficking in Africa. So I'm going to call Metla Mohammed Mkohir from the Cooperation Inter-Association Project Against the Trafficking in Human Beings for the Purpose of Labor Exploitation, Save Morocco, and then Minoro Ogasawara from the ILO, who's going to present the project, the Africa project, Axel, which is focusing on accelerating action for the elimination of child labor in supply chains in Africa. Metla Mohammed, I give you the floor.
Yes, thanks a lot for this introduction. I will, if you don't mind, switch to French and make my
presentation. That's fine. We try to alternate, but it's perfect.
Perfect, thanks a lot.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, I'm a lawyer, deputy chair of the association in SAF, which is an association in Morocco, which is mainly focused on ensuring the rights of children and women, also foreign children and women. So we have this ambition of fighting against child labor, human trafficking, against abuses of any kind, which can be committed in Morocco against children and women in Morocco very shortly. Things have changed, have evolved over the past 20 years, and now the legal framework is quite interesting, and which provides us, as we have heard, a tool to fight against the different forms of exploitations of children and women through a legal framework which allows us to be quite effective on the trafficking of human trafficking. The judicial power is focused on these aspects, and there are several actions for raising the awareness, allowing to make these laws more effective. Several hundreds of files have been opened on these issues over the past years. The law 1912 against the abuses in domestic work, referring to the work of young girls in private homes. And so there is a specific legal framework set up for this case. We have a number of legal tools to fight against these different forms of exploitation of forced labor and child labor, and even sexual exploitation. We've been able to implement these different laws, and in this framework, the project SAVE, to which we participate in partnership, is particularly interesting for us. This project, to which we contribute, and I participate in as a lawyer, is set up in Morocco with an important support of the EU and of the French Agency for Development. We really wanted to make these fundamental rights effective. This is the main goal. And we have seen very clearly that fundamental rights are important even today in the EU, but sometimes they're not effective if they are prevailed by financial aspects. So this project SAVE is a very concrete way of being on the ground, being next to those who are in need of our support and our help, and recognizing their fundamental rights so that we can conduct activities with Moroccan authorities and ensuring the implementation of their rights and actions against child labor and forced labor. And we have even laws that have been implemented in Morocco to allow the reduction of these practices, which are no longer tolerable or acceptable today. As we talk about the zero tolerance. So we need really to support and help on the ground these children, these young girls, these women who are in need. And what we in the stories we heard from the two Abdel and Leila earlier showed this importance, how important it is. The project SAVE allows us to conduct these different actions for the identification of people who could be victim of human trafficking, of child labor, of forced labor. We conducted several actions, as I said, for the identification of the people in partnership with the National Education Department. If there is a young boy or a young girl who should attend school and is not attending a class anymore, there is a mechanism that is triggered, and we are informed. We are going to visit the parents, and we see if it is a problem of poverty or other, and through this exchange with the parents, we set up different tools to allow these children to go back to school. Even we provide funds from the different partners, and through these different means we can set up a collaboration with the parents, so that children can go back to school and continue their education. And we have achieved some interesting results. A lot of young girls have been able to go back to school, and they are now even attending university, and they have very interesting careers. So this logic, through the project SAFE of the identification and situation analysis and implementation of a number of legal means to allow the different stakeholders to benefit from it, work quite well on the ground. We have a good response from the courts and the tribunals in Morocco, who are dealing with these topics in a very responsible way and trying to find corrective measures. So we really have a favorable environment, and this, I hope, will allow us to implement this doctrine of zero tolerance. The issue is complex, is long. We have heard the stories. It's difficult in countries like France to have some fundamental rights recognized. In Morocco, is the same thing. So we are a country of continental rights. Our laws are very close to the French laws. So things the context is quite similar with regard to the legal means. So it is always possible to pursue the perpetrators and launch an investigation and make sure that the rights of the victims are respected. So this initiative, SAFE, really allows us to have to give a more to make these policies more far-reaching, because we have the laws in Morocco. The main difficulty is to implement them, and so with all the partners we are all convinced that we are going to operate and have some important progresses and implement in concrete terms this zero tolerance approach.
We're complementing your intervention and giving us a more concrete idea of what you are doing also in terms of awareness raising. Thank you. I now give the floor to our ILO colleague Minoru Ogasawara. But before that, Minoru will launch a small video that would present the Excel project in Africa.
Voilà, bon, donc tout d'abord, hein, je tiens à remercier.
So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to such a beautiful meeting. I would like to present you some examples of projects in the fight against child labor in the framework of Axel Africa project supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Présentation afin de vous montrer quelques images concrètes.
Before showing some picture of what is happening, I would like to show you the project, the Axel Africa project for the supply chain in the different chains in different countries, cocoa, cotton, tea, in different countries like Egypt, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, Malawi. And also, we have many representatives to give a global image of Axel Africa project, but I would like to focus on the way this working project has been launched with the different actors and stakeholders. So I would like to show you an example. For example, collaboration with some governments of beneficiary countries to launch an action plan against child labor. This project also helps the government to strengthen the legal framework and the mechanism for implementation of the law to fight against child labor. These pictures were taken during meetings and activities in Egypt.
Lutter contre le travail des enfants.
With the in the framework of the training of labor inspectors in Egypt and in Nigeria. This means that collaboration is needed with the different actors. So this project helps the governments and the communities to strengthen the protection mechanism, existing protection mechanisms to identify and take action effectively to combat against child labor. The same is true for Malawi. In the framework of the Malawi Association and the member companies to strengthen the compliance regulations against to fight against child labor. For example, the collaboration was made with the tea producers in Malawi. In Cote d'Ivoire, there is a collaboration with the private sector in the cocoa sector regarding the universal healthcare coverage contributions, so that this can contribute to paying the insurance primes. And this has showed the impact of healthcare coverage and healthcare insurance in reducing child labor. This project also contributed in the implementation of the policy and to fight against one of the root causes of child labor. In Uganda, the project with the Federation of Uganda Employers in the member companies to support the compliance with the rules covering the fight against child labor. So a protocol was signed, a memorandum of understanding between the Federation of Uganda Employers and McLeod Russell Uganda Limited to eradicate child labor in the trade activities. I would like to show you the collaboration with the cooperatives and the workers organization in the combat against fight against child labor. In Nigeria, at your right side, the project supported the workers organizations to organize workers, in particular adolescents, in the lower levels of the supply chain in the framework of the protection of workers. In Malawi, the project supports trade unions or teachers to take actions against child labor through education activities. Teachers are in direct contact every day with children. So the project wants to encourage teachers to take active actions so that they can have a direct and sustainable impact on reducing child labor. We also supported cooperative to improve living conditions and security and health in the cocoa workers communities. The cooperatives are very important when it comes to reach the workers at the lower levels of the supply chains. The project contributed to develop new tools for capacity building of the ILO in the cooperatives. In Mali, the project with the Chamber of Mining sector, which means workers working in gold mines. Well, the project was the opportunity to contribute to support these workers through the provision of healthcare equipment and information about health safety. Also, the project provided school support to children who have been withdrawn from school. To provide guidance and orientation mechanisms. So in Nigeria, there are many positive activities, encouraging activities in the field of education at local level, so that good development and sustainable development of this activity can be implemented. There is also a very good uptake from the local communities of such activities. In Uganda, the project provided support to education after the closing of schools due to the pandemic. In Mali, the project was also a support project for education to implement the education system, to provide support thanks a system of education. We also have a collaboration with the GIZ in Germany through a vocational training program especially aimed at the garment factories in Egypt. We do hope that this collaboration will be sustainable and durable to finally achieve the work without children goal. So these are the collaborations with the regional, sub-regional institutions of the African Union and the regional economic communities. The next slide, please. Well, finally, this was a recap of what we have done, the activities implemented, and the progress made. Many good practices have been implemented. This year, the team has worked to strengthen the projects and foster the sharing of good practices and information. If you want to have a look at our platform, you have our homepage, our Facebook and Twitter page, but do not hesitate to contact me directly via email. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation of the Access Africa project.
It was involving to see the different strategies in the several countries that the project covers. I'm going to ask my colleague to share the report, the visual report of these two relevant projects. Here we have some highlights from SAVE. Metro Mohammed, if you have anything to add, let me know. And then we have some key concepts related to Accel Africa. So on one side, we have the fact that in Morocco we have interesting legal instruments nowadays, and there is the ambition to fight against different forms of children and women exploitation through this existing legal framework. The possibility to provide funds, the fact that the legal framework is somehow similar to France, nowadays Morocco, so there is the possibility to act. And for Accel, we have seen that there is a variety of countries and a variety of strategies, and it's a multi-sectoral project that covers tea, cacao, and few others. And this collaboration, this crucial collaboration with the teachers and trade unions is really leading to the fact that it is important to work together to ensure that children go to school instead of working. So thank you very much to both Minoru and Mohammed. I think it's time to call everyone back on the screen together with Anousheh, all the speakers of this session and our guests, Leila and Jalil and Roxana. So we have here Cyril, Minoru is there, Mohammed, Geneviève, I see Jean-Marie. I hope Leila and Jalil are still there with Roxana. Sylvie is with us as well, and Philippe, I've seen that there is a question for you in the chat. I have forwarded it to you. When you have time, if you can reply back. Leila and Jalil have the camera off. So are you still there, Roxana? They went away. Okay, but we can have Roxana on the screen.
Roxane est à l'écran, je crois. Vous pouvez l'ajouter.
Yeah,
oui.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's doing that.
Voilà, parfait. Non, pas encore. Voilà, parfait. Merci beaucoup à vous toutes et à vous tous pour...
So thank you very much to all of you for this complete overview on the cause that unites us today here. We have good reasons to hope and to be optimistically hopeful. Thanks a lot to the to the two participants who kindly shared their testimony. You also had the opportunity to listen to the representative of the CCM, the associations, the civil society representatives. Let me just recall 3 take-home messages. And I apologize if I cannot recap all of the messages. So you stressed the importance of the political will, the importance of a national legislation covering this phenomenon. This is the very first step for politics to be fully committed. The international policy is very important. I would like to mention the shared responsibility of the industrialized countries and industrializing countries, the consuming countries, producing countries, the companies, the civil society, the trade unions, employers, associations, the public the administrations of the pathfinder countries. And I would like to stress the crucial role played by the civil society in identifying, detecting the phenomenon and the victims. We will have the opportunity in the following sessions to listen to the organizations of employers and workers who play a major role tomorrow. Today, later on.
Des conditions indignes de travail que connaissent ces travailleurs invisibles parfois.
Because these workers are many times working in undignified conditions, in the households, in the building sites. So we have to stand united to fight against child labor, forced labor, and trafficking in human beings. We have gone beyond our time, but we have many participants connected online. So if we have a final word, you can speak, or we will have the documents in the chat box, and you will have the opportunity to further study. Jean-Marie, very quickly, in this very difficult situation, we have all the necessary legal support, international support with the Palermo Convention of the year 2000 of the United Nations, the Warsaw Convention of 2005 of the Council of Europe, and the national laws which are fine-tuning their tools. So if the law exists, the law must be implemented in the daily life. There are some fundamental principles. Justice in the countries must be active so that the public prosecutors can take action to make further progress, because we do have the legal tools, but we need political will by the states on the spot. Thank you very much. Geneviève Colas. Well, I think it's important for the associations and for the others to speak about the real methods and means to implement strategies. We have very nice strategies, but we need the methods and the tools, and the legislation must be implemented, and legislation is there, it must be implemented. So we have to focus on these 2 items. Silviotti, please. I would like to tell you that civil society plays a major role, but also the individuals play a major role, because we know that individuals must be there. We have to fight against indifference. And each and everyone must not turn a blind eye towards forced labor or child labor, because it is absolutely key to fight against indifference. It is also important to launch an awareness-raising campaign at national level with the support of the government and the political world. We have launched many campaigns, media, television, to publicize this phenomenon, but we would like a global, nationwide campaign, because this is necessary to eradicate this scourge in France. Anyone else?
Merci. Non, moi, je crois que un des mérites d'un événement comme celui-ci, c'est
I think that such an event,
dans nos discussions, le travail des enfants, le travail forcé, par définition, c'est quelque chose.
Child labor and forced labor is something that is not seen when you buy an electric car. You don't see the children working in the cobalt mine, or children that collect products with their bare hands. And so I think that the strength of the stories we have heard this morning with Leila and Jalil is really to make us aware of the importance of mobilizing all the tools available that we have available, of all the actors of the globalization, enterprises, or anyone in order to solve this problem. Thank you very much. Other people wants to take the floor? So in this case, with these very strong words that you have pronounced, the fight against indifference and invisibility, solidarity at several levels, and access to rights and justice, which are key. I wish you a good lunch break, and see you at 2 sharp, same place, same link, same access codes, to continue our program, which is extremely rich this afternoon on prevention, on the long supply chain, and the issue of protection of victims through the identification, accompaniment, and access to rights. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch break, and see you at 2 p.m. sharp.
À tout à l'heure.
Merci.
Merci, à tout à l'heure.
Hello.
We will start in 1 minute. Great. We have our 3 panelists online and we can see them. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second session of this session 1 of our thematic sessions on the prevention of along supply chain through the training and the application of due diligence. We'll talk about the improvements required to corporate due diligence and with other international organizations to raise the awareness of the public and to train public decision makers in the private sector, private and public sector. Before starting our discussion, some technical detail in the lower part of your screen. If you click on the lower part of your screen, you see an icon in the shape of a globe with interpretation, and you can choose your the interpretation you want to the language you want to listen to, English or French. On the same bar, you have another icon showing the discussion or a chat box where you can upload the documents that you wanted to share, or you can share your opinions. You can type your comments. Next to the chat box icon, you have another icon called Q&A. question and answer chat box where you can type questions if you have any. So participants can ask a question through this function to the panelists. Could be general questions. In this case, a team is in charge of reading your questions so that we can ask them to the panelists. So thank you very much for using these tools at your disposal. Before starting the session, I would like to go back 3 seconds on the previous session. We had an opening session, high-level opening session with 8 ministers and the European Commissioner to International Partnership. They renewed their commitments for the fight against human trafficking, forced labor and child labor, accelerating the efforts that have to be made in their own countries. 8 ministers from the 6 Pathfinder countries, Albania, Germany, Côte d'Ivoire, Morocco, the Netherlands and France. It was a very important moment to renew their political commitments, reminding them. We followed that first session was high-level session was followed by presentations by organizers and co-organizers of the results achieved so far on these topics, and recommendations and objectives that may follow. So we had this work was done by the panelists, and which was were completed by 2 victims of human trafficking and forced labor, who told us their stories, and we have also seen the presentation of 2 important projects on the problem on the human trafficking and child labor, Save Morocco by AFSAM and the Committee Against Modern Slavery, and the project called Axel Africa with the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. We also realized that we need have good reasons to be optimistic in order to defeat this plague and encourage actual human rights. We focus on 3 key points. The first one is the relevance of national legislation covering this phenomenon, the compliance of international treaties. They also insisted on the shared responsibility of industrialized countries and developing countries, producing and consuming countries, together with the stakeholders. And they also insisted on the key role which could be played by civil society, NGOs, and non-governmental organizations for listening, welcoming, being research centers for information for victims to have their rights recognized, and then the role of workers and employers organization. And so on this note, we give the floor to Matthias Thorn. Matthias is the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of the International Organization of Employers. And following Matthias, the floor will be to Heron Bernhardt, Director, Human and Trade Union Rights, International Trade Union Confederation. And finally, the floor will be to Professor Dorothée Baumann-Poli, Director of the Geneva Center for Business and Human Rights, University of Geneva and New York University. Matthias, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I'm actually a bit lucky because all our systems were down. That's the reason I couldn't find also the link, and it was just the IT guy calling me to say they have it under control. Now, due diligence is a buzzword nowadays, and it is a buzzword not only since the EU and national economies have started to legislate on due diligence, but also before, right? Later, since John Ruggie actually came up with human rights due diligence and made this as a key part of Pillar 2 of the UN Guiding Principles. And indeed, it is a key part of responsibility to respect our companies. But as so often in life, it is easier said than done. In particular, when you look at the draft EU directive on due diligence, which covers companies from 500 employees onwards, they will need support. They will need support in order to do proper due diligence. Many governments have set up help desks where companies can come and get support, and I think that's an important step in the right direction. However, the challenge is that these help desks will be very limited how they can support. These help desks can say what the law requires, they can say what certain guidances will say, but they cannot give the risk of a certain region in a certain country. They cannot give to the companies contact details of stakeholders they should contact in this region to better find out what are their human rights risks. They will not have contact details of possible partners to mitigate the risk in certain regions, in certain countries. So the real practical support which a company needs in order to do a proper due diligence on the ground, and then more importantly, to mitigate the risk, will not be done by these help desks, which are at the moment established by many governments. What is needed is really an initiative where we bring in all this knowledge, this expertise from the ground and make it easy accessible for companies. And we, as IW, trying that at the moment. We are trying to have a center of excellence, a help desk here in Geneva for the global level, focusing and fully taking into account the knowledge of our employer members in 150 countries around the world. So we want to untap this knowledge they have, the local knowledge. And we want them to be easily accessible for companies who have a question: what is the main human rights risk in a certain region? Who are the key partners which I can contact in a certain region? And through our network, we hopefully can then give the concrete and practical reply. At the same time, also, of course, companies in producing countries need support. And again, that is what we want to cover with our initiative. Because too often we see that social auditors come in, they find an issue or not find an issue. If you find an issue, it will be remediated, but that's it. What we need is a much stronger engagement, continuously engagement with suppliers, with companies around the world. And again, Employers Federation have a key role to play here, because they are there, they are on the ground. They are not coming in once per year or every 2 years to make an audit and then leave. They are there to stay. And they have an outreach to the broad masses of the economy. And that is one of the key challenges in due diligence, to go beyond tier 1, right? How do you reach tier 2, tier 3, tier 4? And that is where Employers Federation can have an important role to play, actually, as multiplier, to reach these lower tiers and to build the capacity of the suppliers. And we have done SIE in the past already on capacity building around the world. We have done just recently, actually, guides for SMEs on the guiding principles. We are translating it now in many, many languages, because language is also an issue, right? Many guides are in English, French, and Spanish, and with that you already cover large parts of the world, but you don't cover the whole world. To have guides available in proper languages is important. And another point about the Employers Federation on the ground is that they can create peer pressure, because they're going to stay. And as a member, they know each other. So if there are main issues, there will be also kind of peer pressure that these issues get resolved and remediated. So there's huge untapped opportunities which we might try to make full use of. This is a global initiative we are planning, and anyone who wants to join this exercise is most welcome. Public procurement plays an important role. It's important that governments, that local agencies, local communities not only focus on price, but also on sustainability. But to be honest here, of course, if you are in a local village, and when you are in local communities, you are not an expert necessarily in human rights. You are not an expert necessarily on child labor, on forced labor, and many other issues. So making sure that the local procurement people get the support they need is key. My feeling is, to be completely honest, that the private sector has a huge, much more experience when it comes to responsible procurement. Companies have done social audits since 30, 40 years. They really can tell, what works, what doesn't work, how to have proper criteria. So it's important actually to also strengthen this peer learning, not only between public sector, and that is important, but also between private sector and public sector. And the public sector can really learn a lot from the private sector when it comes to this topic. And I would encourage them not to be ashamed to use and untap this knowledge and expertise. In all these procurement issues and public procurement issues, as I said, it is really important not only to look on price, but also on sustainability. But it is equally important to ensure that public procurement is accessible for also medium-sized companies. Because also too often we see, from a goodwill from local administration, they put a lot of criteria and a lot of requests when companies do an offer, which is too bureaucratic, too complicated for many medium-sized companies. And then, of course, we end up in a very small pool with a very limited number of companies who can bid, but the vast majority is outside because it's not feasible anymore for them. And at the end, and I stop, Anousheh, is if we speak about prevention, with due diligence, you can only do so much. The key challenges on the ground, also child labor, you will not solve through due diligence alone. Due diligence is important as part of the responsible of the UN Guiding Principles of the Pillar 2. However, we need to address the root causes if we want to make progress with regards to the eradication of child labor, which means informality, which means access to education, particularly for girls, which means focusing on corruption, which is also about poverty and poverty eradication, and so on and so forth. If we don't manage to address these root causes, whatever kind of due diligence we do, it will have limited impact. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Matthias, pour cette présentation.
Thank you very much, Matthias, for this presentation. And now I give the floor to Jérôme on these questions.
Also for organizing the event. I think it's timely and important, as we say, especially considering the release of the text of the European directive that Matthias already referred to. So yes, I'm speaking from the ITUC, the International Trade Union Confederation, which is the global umbrella of national trade union centers, and we work very closely with the ETUC, which is the European structure that communicates with the European institutions. So on this topic, we're very much aligned and coordinating very much our vision and policy. So I think it's we all picked it up from the introductory remarks and the political statements. I think it's clear to all of us that looking at the numbers of child labor in the global economy, looking at the number of forced laborers that we see that measured by the ILO for child labor are again increasing since the pandemic for the first time in decades, but on forced labor increasing ever since the ILO started measuring at the beginning of this century. And I think for that it's important to refer to prevention as labor protection, and it's good to go back more than a century when labor law was actually invented. During a time of industrialization, expanding economies, labor law was invented to prevent the most egregious forms of exploitation from occurring in the economy. And those were then, and they are still now, child labor and forced labor. So it's good to understand that forced labor and child labor are extreme forms of exploitation, and to prevent these from occurring, labor protection mechanisms need to be installed that are outlined in labor law nationally, in international labor standards internationally. It's only that regulatory framework, together with freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining of individual workers, that prevents workers from being exploited in an economy. So there's really a need, if we look at those numbers of child labor and forced labor rising, to restore some of that protection that was built up the last century that apparently has been weakened in the current century. It's an important time that the ITUC, the International Trade Union Movement, has been calling for longer, to introduce mandatory due diligence. That is an obligation to companies to actually respect their obligations as employers in the economy. We're very happy to see the EU directive. We know that the similar discussions at the international level with the UN and in the ILO specifically are stuck. So we're very happy that at least at the EU level, this is moving forward. And that finally we have a text that mandates due diligence, that makes it an obligation rather than voluntary initiatives, which I think we've all seen have been ineffective to date. So it's a good opportunity to restore some of those labor protections. We're very happy to see that the directive is based on the UN guiding principles and the concept of due diligence that Matthias also referred to. I think that's common ground that we can all build on. Companies are now or would be required to identify risks, to act upon those risks, and to basically mitigate the risks and the contributions that they could deliver in terms of exploitation of workers to the extreme of forced and child labor. So that is positive. What I do want to highlight that is the text as we've quickly analyzed it, because it's only recently been published, as a couple of weaknesses that risks making the whole exercise meaningless. And the first issue is that what Matthias already mentioned, that the scope or the companies that would be targeted by the directive would only be major multinationals. As far as I can see, 99% of European businesses would be excluded from the mandatory due diligence. That's obviously a major concern. There's this issue of established business relationships that basically again limits the scope of the directive to the first tier, as we call it, suppliers, and really established business relationships, whereas the whole intention is to really reconnect some of those economic ties that have been weakened by global supply chains that were set up. And then one major issue, and it's the final issue, and Anousheh, I will stop after this, but there's the issue of social auditing and the easy way out for major companies to attract social auditing firms to identify risks, which is fair and it's good in terms of identifying potential human rights violations and risks. But it's not good in terms of limiting the responsibility. I'm very happy that Matthias mentioned, which is also outlined in the directive, that companies actually have to do something when they identify risks, mitigate the risks, and actually address it. And that brings me to the important role of trade unions and industrial relations in this respect. Again, very happy that Matthias also mentioned the weakness in not setting up ongoing dialogue processes between workers in a global company and employers or global companies management directly. With these issues, mitigating risks is not done in a contractual way with a one-off compensation. They're actually processes that need to be designed and implemented with the workers directly involved with a longer term vision. So I think I'm going to also stop there. I want to welcome the European directive. I think it's a good opportunity to drive forward national legislations on mandatory due diligence. So I'm hoping it will be strengthened moving forward. Thank you, Anousheh.
Merci beaucoup, Yaron.
Thank you, Jeroen. I would like to give the floor to Professor Dorothée. We are very honored and happy to listen to you. You can start.
Thank you, Anousheh, and thanks also to the 6 Pathfinder countries in the ILO for this initiative and for inviting me to this important conversation. Also, thanks to Matthias and Jeroen. You already mentioned many important points. I hope I can add to these. So at the Geneva Center for Business Human Rights and at the NYU Stern Center for Business Human Rights, we conduct research on the implementation challenges of business human rights in the business context to empower business leaders to make practical progress on human rights. So just like Matthias, we're also very keen, though we're at an academic institution, to support practice, corporate practice. And I want to make 3 key points that are based on our research. And the first point relates to Matthias' last point, namely that we need to address root causes. After all, the session is about training and due diligence. And I think it's important to highlight at the very beginning that to prevent child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking, this can only be effective through training and due diligence if those measures are coupled with an understanding how business models affect human rights in the supply chain. And to illustrate this, I want to reference our research on the Bangladesh garment industry that we've conducted over the past decade. Our work following the Rana Plaza disaster has shown that after Rana Plaza, the expectations for factory safety measures have gone up tremendously. Also, inspections increased, training efforts intensified, and foreign initiatives actually enforced remediation and enforced the upgrading of fire and building safety standards. However, the cost for these measures and factory upgrades were put on the shoulders of the suppliers alone, while at the same time production pressures increased. Lead times shortened and prices kept falling for garments. And in our research, we have shown that in this business context, suppliers compensate pressures with subcontracting to facilities that are completely off the radar of brands and inspectors. And this is, of course, counterproductive to the objective of making Bangladesh's garment industry safe and sustainable. It's therefore pertinent to understand how the business models of brands on top of the supply chain set economic incentives that can undermine those well-intentioned initiatives to address human rights issues in global supply chain. So training and due diligence, we don't want due diligence to become another box-ticking exercise, cannot be effective measures if they only address symptoms, while ignoring the important root causes of systemic human rights risks. And in particular, we are aiming ambitiously for 0 child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking, those most egregious human rights issues. I think we need to be careful to not set reasons that or create reasons for companies to hide such practices, but instead we need to find ways to offer viable paths to end those practices sustainably. At our center, we also conduct case studies. One example of a company that has addressed root causes differently than just through social auditing is Decathlon, a French sports retailer. And we have highlighted how in their purchasing practice model, they've created sustainable long-term relationships with their suppliers. At a minimum, they work with a supplier for 5 years, and that's very important for implementing their commitment to also establish labor rights in their supplier facilities. They have created a host of economic incentives to couple increased production, but also improvement on labor rights standards. So that is for us an interesting example. Another example where we think the due diligence measures address root causes as well could be Nestlé's new program for the cocoa sector in the Ivory Coast. It's an accelerator program where economic incentives are used to make sure that children attend school, for example. This program is just taking off, but the test phase looks very promising. So there are also already good practice examples. A second key point that I'd like to make is that to determine so-called adequate due diligence, this is what's required by upcoming legislation, certainly also requires the definition of common industry standards. And I mean true standards, not guidelines, not principles or toolkits or what help desks offer to individual companies. Anything that is optional or allows brands to define their own journey, this is not what I mean when I talk about standards. I mean by standards, standards that can be translated into metrics, metrics that are measurable so that we can track progress over time. And those metrics can become very technical. We need to be able to say at what point is a workplace safe when you extract cobalt from the Congo? Can the tunnels be 30 meters deep or 10 meters deep? I want to know exactly, and I want to be able to measure and audit against this very technical metric. In our research, we highlight the important role that multi-stakeholder initiatives can play for defining such measurable indicators. I certainly agree with Matthias that for these technical standards, the expertise of industry is critical. And the role of multi-stakeholder initiatives is therefore, we think, an underestimated resource. We highlight how those multi-stakeholder initiatives can complement the emerging human rights due diligence requirements. And at the same time, we also highlight that not every organization that calls itself a multi-stakeholder initiative deserves that designation. Some of them actually fail on the very basic criteria of being truly multi-stakeholder. They relegate civil society into an advisory role. They are not part of the actual decision-making body. And based on that background, we created criteria for multi-stakeholder initiatives that can, in a meaningful way, help to define such measurable industry-specific standards. One example for such a multi-stakeholder initiative is the Fair Labor Association that since over 20 years has been working on advancing labor rights in global supply chains. So our criteria are also based on real examples that have been put into practice. My last point relates to those first 2 points, but asks explicitly, how can we ensure that training and due diligence procedures guarantee better outcomes for workers and communities? Because after all, training and social audits have been going on for over 3 decades, and the results are sobering. Jeroen referred to the numbers on forced labor, child labor that were referenced this morning already. In the cocoa supply chain, there are estimated to be more child laborers than ever, despite of the tremendous efforts of many brands. So I think we need to make sure that the now legally required due diligence delivers what previous attempts didn't. Namely actual progress towards zero. I mentioned 2 critical elements. One, business models, understanding how they affect the supply chain and systemic human rights risks in the supply chain. And second, measurable industry-specific standards. But the third element was highlighted by Jeroen, and most of my academic colleagues would agree. It's certainly the upcoming legislation that many see as a silver bullet to address these human rights risks in global supply chains. However, I think most of them would also agree that there are no silver bullets in this context. And I think we need to discuss openly some of the challenges that remain despite of this commendable legislation. In my conversation with brands, I often hear that they're already so-called consolidating their supply chain. I think there's a risk that companies are already preparing by cutting and running from particularly challenging contexts, and this is not in the spirit of that legislation. I also mentioned that some use human rights due diligence like they use social audits, like a box ticking exercise where they go through the moves without actually having a very critical eye on whether these measures lead to progress. And then lastly, I think we also need to have a better understanding, what does it mean to conduct due diligence in complex environments in countries like China. We have a huge forced labor problem with Uyghurs. What are we doing in conflict situations like Ethiopia, Myanmar? How are companies expected to conduct due diligence? And then, of course, right now, Ukraine, how can we make sure that due diligence isn't just a label that we use in a very superficial way, but actually have a common understanding what is expected of companies in such challenging situations? And I look forward to your reactions to these final thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Dorothée. C'était très intéressant de vous entendre. Surtout, vous avez quand même adressé...
Thank you very much, Dorothée. You have addressed lots of open questions, interesting questions. We still have some time. And I would like to ask Matthias or Jerem if you have any reaction. Either you or your colleague would like to say something. Matthias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm muted. Thank you so much. And indeed, I think there are a lot of common points here which we have all three stressed indeed. And one, Dorothy said that at the end again, due diligence is not the silver bullet, because too often you have the feeling, now the problems are solved. They are not solved with the EU directive on due diligence. The problems are deep rooted in countries, and we need to have a collective approaches in order to get them sorted. The companies in Paris, in Berlin, wherever, Madrid, will not be able to sort out these deep rooted problems on the ground. And Dorothy, I really like what she said, we cannot try to solve the symptoms. We have to go to the cause of the matter. I think that was a very nice picture which we need to focus on. And we need to be now concrete, what can be done in order to support companies in producing countries, companies in the EU, as well as governments in these different jobs. And there are really different levels where we have to specifically look what can be done. From the IE, as I said, what we're trying to do is really give companies in Europe information which they need to do the practical steps on the ground, to support companies on the ground in understanding what is the responsibility to respect, what can be done, and not only in tier 1, but going down beyond tier 1, because Dorothy also mentioned that is now the big challenge which we have. And as I said, governments really need support in addressing the different issues, starting with lacking access to social protection, ending up with lacking access to education, particularly for women. And my last point is this cut and run approach. The reason why the EU directive, unfortunately, will promote this cut and run approach is because of the liability. As soon as you will become liable for what happens in your supply chain, you will be thinking 2-3 times whether you stay in this risky environment, right? Liability, supply chain liability means for companies huge legal risks, and that means they will of course look, where we are safe, legally safe. And that is the reason why supply chain liability, of course, will promote such approach of companies. It's completely reasonable to do that, to say this is an extremely risky environment. We have very limited control over our suppliers. We have very limited possibility to actually do our human rights due diligence. And in this circumstance, it is safer for us to leave this geography. And to suffer, of course, are the workers in these economies. And that is the reason why it is particularly important to address the root causes. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Jeroen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeroen.
So, thanks to the professor for the points put forward. So I think I agree with the silver bullet that I think what is key in the regulation is that it is regulation, so that it provides an obligation to the companies to actually do something. I think that is key. But then responding to your point, I do agree with both Matthias and yourself that you need an understanding of the business models. You need sector-specific approaches, company-specific approaches that need to be developed to address the specificities within companies. And I'm happy you referenced the Bangladesh example with largely health and safety issues, which are very specific and detailed and very specific to individual companies and industries. I mean, certification is an illusion. You cannot certify a space for being safe or not contributing to rights violations and then continue to run with the label. You need to continuously monitor, and it's an ongoing process that needs to be checked and verified as the business develops and continues. So I think it's the imposition of the obligation to establish such a dynamic process in consultation with workers and unions and management and civil society, if in the informal economy and spheres where there is child labor and where it's more out of a formal employment relationship, to identify and address those risks. And that's what I think I understood also from the professor, that is why there's such an importance of having an ongoing dialogue with the company to address these issues. To quickly pick up on the issue of conflict areas and difficult areas where you operate, I think this is also for trade unions always an important point. The cut and run is not what we want to achieve, but we do want to achieve that companies actually pay fair wages and treat workers adequately when they contribute to their businesses. So in extreme circumstances like Myanmar, for example, we have a position from the Myanmar workers that they do not want global companies to invest in any way in the country. They would rather not have a job to get the military regime out and increase the economic pressure, which is something that we normally never have because it really affects their income. And that's an extreme example. We have not done the same in Ethiopia. We haven't done the same in Ukraine or in Russia. We'd rather, because workers are always part of the business, they have their own interest in actually getting their income and their job, keeping their job. We always prefer a dialogue and ongoing a process towards a solution with the company rather than to allow the company to pull out. And I think there's an asset of the global trade union structures within specific sectors and industry, within global companies that can bridge some of those information gaps and connect workers in some of those more vulnerable areas of the economy with the major companies or headquarters, so to speak. Thanks, Anousheh.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. There is a question for you. It's an important question. I keep it for the end, for the final discussion, if you stay with us until the end of this session. Okay, so in this case, thank you very much to the three of you for having setting the stage of our discussion, and I give the floor to Monica for the next round table. which concerns the responses from governments on our own questions. Monica, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Anousheh. Thank you to the three panelists that just introduced as the broad line and important aspect related to prevention all along the global chains. As Anousheh already anticipated, we are going to listen now to the government's responses. Unfortunately, we should have had with us Mr. Kwakukra Martin Gettier, but it seems he didn't make it. He didn't manage to come on time. So we are going to have with us two representatives from Netherlands, Miss Anne Kempers from the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, the Fund Against Child Labor, and then Eline Bouivielt, I hope I pronounced it right, from Work No Child Pieces. So I'm going to give the floor to Miss Anne. Anne, the word is yours.
Yes. Do you see me?
No, your camera is off, actually. If you need some time to adjust your camera, I kindly ask Miss Eline to start. Eline, would you mind to start?
Yes, sure, Monica, thank you very much. That's no problem at all. And I want to say, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time to attend this high-level event about such an important topic. And also, dear members of the organizational committee, thank you so much for the opportunity for the Work No Child's Business Alliance to share some of our best practices in our journey to end child labor. According to the ILO UNICEF global estimates of 2020, 160 million children across the world are engaged in child labor, which is an increase of 8.4 million since 2016. And for the first time in 20 years, the number of children in child labor is increasing, and this is being accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020 ILO UNICEF report estimates that by the end of 2022, 8.9 million more children, 50% of which are just 5 to 11 years old, will be engaged in child labor if we do not act now. This is why UNICEF Netherlands, Save the Children Netherlands, and the Stop Child Labor Coalition, together and funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands, formed the Work No Child's Business Alliance. This alliance aims to achieve that children and youth are free from child labor and enjoy their rights to quality education and future decent work. We work in 6 countries, in Côte d'Ivoire, India, Jordan, Mali, Uganda, and Vietnam. And in these countries, we have identified 5 sectors with a high incidence of child labor: the garment, textiles, and footwear sector, the gold mining and natural stone sector, the cocoa sector, and the informal sector, including domestic work. We have developed intervention programs that we are now executing on the ground together with communities, schools, governments, civil society organizations, trade unions, and private actors. The Global Conference on Child Labor comes at a critical moment in time, and as an alliance, we are using this moment to urge the international community to take responsibility and protect children as per their obligations under the UN Conventions of the Right of the Child and the ILO Conventions. How? As the former roundtable panelists also pointed out, it is key to address the root causes of child labor by investing in quality formal full-time education for all children and by supporting and promoting the norm that children should not work but be in school. Furthermore, enhancing companies and governments' responsibilities to respect human rights, including the creation, implementation, and enforcement of mandatory due diligence legislation that holds all players in the international supply chains accountable for the violation of human rights in general and children's rights in particular. But also in the Netherlands, we intervene, which is why we, together with VNO-NCW and MKB Nederland, the Dutch business organizations, developed an action plan, a scan, and the webinar sessions that help companies to take the right steps against child labor in their supply chain. The action points that we developed are: First, for companies to create their own policy, make explicit that in your company there is a zero tolerance for child labor. Second, contract this policy with your suppliers in a code of conduct. 3, stay engaged in conversations with your suppliers on buying terms and conditions. 4, continue to periodically investigate whether child labor exists in your supply chain, for example, by auditing your suppliers or by active stakeholder engagement on the ground. 5, take action in case of misconduct. We believe a company should not terminate the relationship with their supplier in the event of child labor, but together discuss the right way forward to ensure children will go to school instead of working. Again, tackling the root causes, investing in norms change and access to quality, safe education are key to end child labor on the long term. Acting against child labor is a shared responsibility, so find credible stakeholder initiatives that you can join and take action together. Report and stay transparent. This could happen, for example, through an annual CSR report. And then our last point, invest in your local supply chain area, for example, by supporting local NGOs, invest in child labor-free zones, or offering bridge schooling opportunities and improving access to quality education. Our action plan helps organizations to understand their responsibilities in ending child labor in their supply chain. And although these steps seem straightforward, we learned that our action plan was actually downloaded 350 times, whilst 95% of the readers indicated to not have a clue where exactly their materials are sourced from. This clearly shows that there is still a long way forward for companies to understand the risks in and across their supply chain. The fact that Ursula von der Leyen publicly declared an EU zero tolerance child labor ambition helps in this regard. And it's with great interest that we read the European Commission's proposal on human rights due diligence that was published last week. Whilst we are happy that the Commission proposal mentions the importance of living incomes, we believe the proposal in its current form is not enough to reach the EU zero tolerance on child labor ambition. Instead of being the promised game changer proposal, the proposed legislation namely excludes small and medium enterprises and therefore will only apply to just 1% of companies in Europe, while child labor occurs in operations and value chains of companies of all sizes. The Work No Child Business Alliance is also disappointed that companies could fulfill their obligations by adding certain clauses in their contracts with suppliers. This makes it possible to shift companies' responsibilities to their suppliers and may limit the impact of the legislation to certain tiers. So, in light of the Global Conference on Child Labor, in light of the emergent figures of children engaged in child labor today, in light of the fact that COVID puts us back 10 years in time in terms of process, and in light of the fact that the current EU proposal on human rights due diligence won't be enough to meet the EU's ambition for zero tolerance on child labor, the Work No Child's Business Alliance strongly expresses the need for EU policymakers to take into account the learnings of the Dutch action plan that we developed together with VNO-NCW and MKB Nederland, and asks to improve the EU due diligence legislation by ensuring that companies, regardless of size and sector, are within the scope of this law, and that their due diligence obligations are not limited to certain tiers, but concern the global value chain. Once more, I'd like to call out the importance of always investing in tackling the root causes of child labor by investing in quality education and norms change, as part of any plan against child labor within supply chains to ensure a sustainable solution and therefore a sustainable future for all children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eline, for sharing the Dutch action plan and also for sharing what the Netherlands is doing in terms of fighting child labor. I see that Anne still have a problem with the camera. I don't know if she left or she managed to, she left. I think she left in order to see if by coming back the problem gets solved. I don't see her anymore. By the way, while we wait for her to come back, I have seen that there are a few questions in the chat. Thank you. Sorry, in the Q&A tool. Thank you very much for this. There is some need for clarification in terms of due diligence. So if you are, if you need more information about the term due diligence, check the Q&A where we have some clarification, but also check check the chat where Celine just posted a link. In that page, you can find information on the terminology. So thank you very much to both Fabio and Celine who are looking after our communication tools. Let me see if Anne is back. I don't see her. She wrote to me privately saying that she normally uses that camera, but then I guess that she also has some connection problem. Maybe we can go ahead with the program, and then if Anne manages to reconnect, we can give her the floor. Would you agree, Anousheh?
Well, while we are waiting for Anne, maybe we should give the floor to Dorothée, because she doesn't agree with what is posted about the difference between due diligence and duty of care.
Okay.
La différence entre devoir de vigilance et la diligence raisonnable, qui est une question qui est souvent posée et qui pose des questions. Le temps que nous attendions Anne, peut-être que nous...
Anne, Dorothée, peut-être, maybe you can take the floor.
That's a very good idea. The floor is yours.
Sure. I didn't disagree with the question. I actually welcome the question, but the link that was posted to our research on how multi-stakeholder initiatives can complement the emerging mandatory human rights due diligence requirements, that is a different paper. So the link that was posted is correct, and I invite you all to look at it because it highlights how multi-stakeholder initiatives can provide avenues through which industry-specific standards can be defined. To the question in the chat, namely whether the loi de vigilance and due diligence, it's used interchangeably, and is that the same? I would say I'm neither a lawyer nor a linguist. I think both could easily find different nuances to those two concepts. What matters to me is how is this language or those labels, how are they perceived by companies and what are they doing with it? So again, very practical. And I think indeed in practice, it's the same notion. What I highlighted earlier is that we need to go beyond those procedural requirements of identify, prevent, mitigate to more substantive standards that are measurable. And those standards differ industry by industry because those industries have different human rights risks. And so to me, the key to advancing human rights due diligence in practice or the loi de vigilance is indeed to define true standards with measurable metrics. Only then we can actually measure progress over time. And those standards need to be substantive, not just procedural. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for clarifying. I don't see Anne back, so I just would like to thank again Eline for sharing with us what Anousheh's business is doing together with the Netherlands government. Let's move ahead with the second roundtable of the day, which is focusing on the social partners and civil society's good practices and proposals. Anousheh, over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis ravie de...
Thank you very much. I'm happy to take on and I give the floor to Ludivine Piron of ECPAT and child prostitution, child pornography and trafficking of children.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for organizing this conference. Thank you for the presentations we heard since this morning and for all the reminders made on the road ahead in order to better fight against human trafficking, child labor and forced labor. A great work has been done by organizations and people on this topic. I am myself very happy to be part of this round table, to open the round table with this part dedicated to civil society. I This topic in the afternoon is to give you an specific example that is of travels and tourism. Just a few words on ECPAT France, which is the NGOs I work for. Historically, we started to work on the area of travels and tourism with regard to sexual exploitation 25 years ago. Today we have a mandate which is the fight against sexual exploitation and the child trafficking. We are member of the international ECPAT network present in 4 countries around the world, and in France we promote projects at national, European, international level with offices based in Paris, Calais, in Burkina Faso, and Madagascar. With regard to France and Europe, we implement a national project, multi-country projects on issues concerning child trafficking. And for the most part of these projects, we have a section for awareness raising and training of professionals who are in direct contact or indirect contact with minors who would be victims of trafficking. For example, interpreters, social workers, professionals working in the justice sector or police, private sector, for example, professionals in tourism. So the links between trafficking and tourism fall in the child trafficking for forced labor, sexual exploitation can be identified. They can be seen in restaurants, in transportation, in hotels, and what is quite often happens is that multiple exploitation which are present in which may happen during World Cups or Olympic Games, which are going to happen shortly in France in 2023 and 24. Between trafficking and tourism, I am not the only one speaking about this topic. There are links which are very clearly identified by other structures and organizations, like the World Organization on Tourism, Article 2 of the Code of Tourism. It is underlined that exploitation of human beings in all its forms may jeopardize the fundamental principles of tourism, and it is the denial of this business. So the idea of this presentation is to recognize the links between trafficking and tourism and to respond on preventing all implementing the due diligence and prevent child trafficking. My presentation is focused on the world of tourism and the code of conduct for the protection of children in travel and tourism. So this initiative is like a label assigned to several members in over 80 countries, and all these tourist companies should comply with in the context of tourism.
We have 6 criteria, and the companies members of this label are accompanied by local representatives helping them to put in place this association. So the local representatives, local co-representatives, which put in place this criteria, for example, informing and raising awareness among visitors on child labor, forced labor, and on the prevention of human trafficking or reporting cases. Till today, thanks to this initiative, we have over 107,750,000 professionals working in this initiative in hotels and other industries. This initiative is very interesting. Despite all of this, this initiative is on a voluntary basis, and there is a disparity of commitment between countries. We only have 2 members of the code in some countries, whereas in other countries, such as the Netherlands, we have many more. So there is a lot to do to mobilize companies. And according to our experience, sometimes we integrate in the responsible tourism approach, which tourist companies like a lot. They care a lot about that today. This sustainable tourism approach is an entry point which enables us to reach out to many professionals. And in 2019, we have participated in the Sustainable Event Certification in Monaco, which included professionals working in hotels, restaurants, or members of the International Committee who took part in the event. Also, this certificate is a global certificate in responsible tourism. Regarding training, awareness raising, it's very important to have clear and practical objectives that can be implemented. We raise awareness towards the problem of trafficking to improve internal procedures of companies, or to identify difficult situations and the collaboration with the local, national, regional, or even international authorities, together with the compliance with the due diligence obligations. And also we look at the protection of children in trafficking situation. So we aim at the tourist sector operators, and we also aim at the digital companies, because we see that there is a flow of information which is not very clear on the duty of care or the due diligence. For example, the problem of pornography. I can mention an article of Le Monde saying that there are many networks, digital networks of pedopornography aimed at sexual exploitation of children or human beings. And you see that, you know, that many platforms such as booking.com are in the digital framework, and they are there in the supply chain at all levels. For example, you use forums for travelers. You also have sites to book services online. But sometimes there are these sites which hide forms of exploitation or even prostitution. So the actions of prevention and training, we want to foster the participation in these discussions. So it is important to strengthen the duty of care and the due diligence in the digital supply chain. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and questions, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much for this very clear presentation. I see that Mr. Kouakou and Mrs. Kemper are online. And now I would like to give the floor to Lucy Chatelain, who will present her association. Thank you very much for inviting us to share our experience of our Association of Jurists. We want to fight against exploitation generated by globalization, and we want to help victims to access to justice. So we provide a follow-up and counseling. We provide legal advice, tools to the victims. We offer solutions to put an end to this exploitation. We also foster the reform of the legal framework. For example, we would like to strengthen the legal responsibility of the companies caused by the globalization and the supply chain and the subcontracting. We know that sometimes the law enables companies to have factories in countries where the labor rights are not respected. And we lodged a complaint against Qatar, for example, or against many textile companies in China. And we also decided to adopt this tool on the duty of care. And also we want to spread the knowledge. For example, we will publish a due diligence plan for the mining sector in the framework of the green transition. We also want to foster good practices in the companies and foster the participation of the civil society.
Il ne faut pas l'oublier. Dans notre pratique,
it is also important to stress that in the interpretation given by companies of the duty of care, there are two trends that were mentioned by the other speakers.
Lentement pour la traduction.
Oui, bien sûr.
Merci.
Donc deux points que j'aimerais notamment mentionner.
There are two topics that I would like to stress. The definition of the value chain that was mentioned by two speakers. This due diligence must be on the suppliers, on the direct suppliers and subcontractors. So there is a restrictive definition of the commercial relation. And for us, this interpretation is a catastrophe when it comes to forced labor or trafficking, because we know that the frequency of this violation increases the more we reach the far end of the supply chain. So this is a counterproductive interpretation because it enables enterprises to not to take up direct responsibilities in some supply chains which are at risk. And a second point is the duty of care, the notion of adapted action or adequate action to prevent the situations, and the fact to have a debate among the parties on the efficacy and the adequacy of measures. This will enable the judges to define whether the measures are sufficient in terms of giving a compensation to victims. There is also a definition of this duty of care. There's a clause in a contract with the contractor and a social audit to be sure that this clause is complied with. Well, this is enough to comply with this duty of care, but the orientations from the proposals that have been made published last week concerning the clauses of a contract, well, for us this is very worrying because we know that the violations are structural in the supply chain in terms of commercial practices, prices, and so on. Therefore, we cannot only limit this to the simple compliance. For us, this duty means undertaking all measures, necessary measures which are adequate to the risk of the sector, the region, to avoid violations and to help develop an economic, a healthy economic model. It is important to develop the responsibility framework to better protect the victims. There is a preventive approach, but we have to consider also that sometimes it is unlikely to have sanctions because today there is no deterrent, or this deterrent is very unlikely. Thank you very much for the presentations, which enabled us to see the different positions of the civil society stakeholders on this matter. And there is lots of food for thought about these two topics. Hopefully, we will have more time to continue speak about that. And I would like to give the floor to the representative of the Confederation, of the General Confederation of the Moroccan Employers. Please let us have your point of view on this matter. You come from a country which can be at the far end, the other end of the supply chain. And we have the good news. Mrs. Camper and Mr. Dieta are online. So we will also the point of view of the government. Thank you very much. I am delighted to participate in this forum. I would like to thank the organizers of this initiative. The institutions, the trade unions, the representative of the civil society, which work every day to eradicate child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking. And I invite all of them who have not taken up this matter to consider the importance of fighting against this situation, because the future of our generations is at stake. Well, Morocco, we are at the other end of the supply chain, and we have been fighting against child labor for years. We tried to reduce child labor. 250,000 children were in labor. Today, there are still 40,000 children still in a situation of work, which has been, these figures have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. So, and also by the economic situation of the country, which affects children. Our confederation has participated in the ratification of international conventions and the implementation of sector-based actions in the sectors that are more affected by child labor. We launched an initiative for the private sector to fight against child labor. And we implemented an online platform, a digital platform to eliminate child labor. You can find the platform on the web. It's www.iltcgm. And you will see the link shortly in the chat. So we asked the question to our members. We started a debate and they said, well, this is nothing that concerned me. I'm not concerned about child labor, but because you know practices.
On a fait évoluer la discussion jusqu'à poser la question.
And so we know very well that you don't use child labor. Can you tell the same thing to your suppliers? Can you explain your suppliers how you managed to avoid child labor? Do you have programs? Do you have strategies? Do you have specific communication on this? And this allowed us to put together information, and we show them that they can be helpful. the platform can be helpful to collect all legislation and laws and the different conventions ratified by Morocco. And so some enterprises don't know the documents available that they can use on this topic. So we gathered all these documents, and this could also be useful for foreign investors as well, for existing enterprises or for young entrepreneurs who can who wanted to strengthen their compliance, social compliance. And so today, Morocco has a platform, a digital platform, containing all of the legal tools and laws and material. Work below 18 is allowed, but not for dangerous or hazardous work. And so there are several conditions, but it is prohibited to allow children to work in hazardous work, and companies ignore that there are what we call hazardous work, and they don't know which are the sectors where people even ages 17 or 18 are not allowed to work. So we promoted, we prepared awareness campaigns, guidelines to simplify documentation in order to reach small and medium enterprises and train them, inform them. The platform also offers the possibility of exchanging mechanisms and knowledge, best practices to fight against child labor, and allows leader enterprises to share their knowledge, to share their best practices, and to list the best practices of their suppliers. We worked with a large company in the larger distribution. And when I talk about large distribution, they have thousands of suppliers in several sectors which have been reached. And that was possible because they launched an awareness raising campaign, and those who wanted to work with them needs to be aware that they cannot have children working if they want to be part of the distribution chain of this company. We have also noticed that these enterprises who are not employing children can have a strong impact on supply chains. We wrote a guide in the sector of construction, which is still the main employer of children. We wanted to break down the supply chain, and we have realized that architectural study firms can also prevent suppliers to use child labor if they wanted to acquire if construction companies wanted to acquire their project. So we have a charter of good conduct. Enterprises, many enterprises joined this activity, and they are willing to participate in eradicating child labor. Since 27 April 2021, this topic has been put on the table of private sector as well. And thanks to this platform, which allowed to list, to show the situation in Morocco, we maybe these companies don't have problems themselves, but maybe their own suppliers are using child labor. And so we can use these companies to convince their suppliers, if they want to stay in business with them, to eliminate child labor. So we've have been able to use companies and explain companies who are not using child labor how they can influence supply chains. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Touzani. It would have been nice to give the floor to the workers, but unfortunately the representative workers are not been able to join us. And now we go back to Anne Campers and Mr. Martin Nieta, and they will talk to us about the response of governments on what has been said and on the issues posed by the exercise of the due diligence and how the governments can help with that respect. Mrs. Campers, you work for the enterprise employers of the Netherlands, and Mr. Guetta, you are the director for the fight against child labor in Cote d'Ivoire. First, the floor to Anna, and then Martin.
Yes, thank you so much. Very interesting. Thanks so much, Matthias, Jeroen, Dorothee, and also Anousheh for giving me the floor. My name is Anne Kempers. I'm a program lead of the Fund Against Child Labor, financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is part of the Dutch Enterprise Agency, RVO in Dutch. So this fund is financed by the Dutch government. We in the Netherlands believe that combating child labor is something that we have to do together, all from our own roles and responsibilities. We think that this requires collective actions and cooperations, for no one can do it alone. To facilitate this cooperation, we have to create a strong platform and invest in convening powers to bring and keep us together. Okay, so this is quite important. The funds support Dutch companies to carry out research on child labor in their production chains and its root causes. In a multi-stakeholder context, companies are aimed to develop an approach on the prevention and ban of child labor from their production chains. Under the fund, Dutch companies work with others, with NGOs, local suppliers, local NGOs. So it's really aimed at working together. Cooperation and a multi-stakeholder approach is an important part of the fund. The fund is focused on supporting companies with developing a child labor due diligence systems. So this is really the subject of the day. So I think this fund is quite unique, supporting financially companies to do the due diligence. We are aimed at discussing, identifying greatest risks in a chain, and also training suppliers and taking measures against the greatest risks. We think that the value of this fund is that companies become aware of child labor issues in their supply chains and that they are start to act and taking measures. At the moment, we have 40 projects implemented under the fund in 18 different countries. Projects are focused on agriculture, that is to say, cocoa, coffee, hazelnuts, spices and herbs, but also clothing and textiles, mining, waste and medical healthcare. Matthias was also talking about going behind the first years. We really promote or stimulate companies to go beyond the first tiers, just really go to the production countries and to see what is happening there. As a major trader of commodities, the Netherlands is very committed to take actions to eliminate child labor in supply chains, especially in the light of the target 8.7 of the sustainability goals. Every child deserves prospects for his or her lives. Due diligence, this is the subject of today, is a very important part of the FPK projects. Local measures are taken in collaboration with other stakeholders to eliminate child labor in target countries. FPK also asks companies to reflect upon their own businesses and practices. It is quite difficult, but we do that. How can the prevention and elimination of child labor be integrated in the operation of the company? FPK stimulates companies to implement child labor due diligence. So really to stimulate also to get it on the agenda of the management of a company. What examples of local measures in our projects? So we have like stimulating due diligence within the companies, but also on a local level. In cocoa, for example, we have CLMRS. So the child labor and remediation system is very functional, but also access to education, care facilities, child labor-free zones, or improving labor income of families. So this is really important. We think that not all companies are aware of that child labor due diligence is a must, but it's very important, we think, in the Netherlands. Besides ethical reasons, it is very likely that there will be legislation, as is also the subject of today. It will be either in the Netherlands or European or internationally. For every company, it is important to start with the human rights and child labor due diligence policy. That's really what we stimulate. A company will be prepared with legislation when it becomes effective. So it's really wonderful that European legislation is on its way. It's an important positive step. The challenge will be how to enforce it. From our projects and contacts with companies, the child labor due diligence systems means for companies that is a different way of working. Last year, we had a webinar about child labor due diligence. Body Column Out, a very big company, participated. The company is a manufacturer of high quality chocolate and cocoa products. Body Column Out explained that it supports due diligence legislation in the European context and likes to see legislation rooted in the UN guided principles and business human rights. This will harmonize and also enforce the level playing field. So companies, in a way, are very much positive about European legislation. It will create more transparency and help to move the market to source more sustainable products. We are also very proud about companies in the Netherlands that are our ambassadors. They really stimulate the enforcement of child labor. They enforce it in their company policies, but also they also try to help us. So it's really good to convey the message, I think. So this is my thing. Yeah, so far. Thank you so very much.
Merci beaucoup, Anne Kempers, pour ces
Thank you very much, Anne Kempers, for your speech on partnership and your support at the local level, and how you can work. You work also multinational enterprises on the enforcement of the application, national law. We will certainly have questions for you if we have time during the question and answer session, and ask you which are the responses that you are presenting when enterprises are not compliant with the national legislation. So we will probably come back to that later on if we have time. Mr. Martin Ngueta, I can give you now the floor so that you can give us the point of view of the administration, labor administration, and the Department of the Fight Against Child Labor from Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you very much, Mrs. Carvar, and apologies for being late. With regard to this issue, I would like to say that Cote d'Ivoire fully agrees with the legislations concerning the due diligence. We work with all stakeholders, with all the countries, and we are trying to push enterprises and companies to implement due diligence with regard to human rights in companies. With regard to Cote d'Ivoire, the most affected sector is the sector of cocoa culture. In the year 2000, Cote d'Ivoire has been appointed as the state, a country using child labor in cacao culture. Since then, actions have been implemented, but starting from 2011, we tried to design the map of all the actors and of the actions, and we realized that a lot of actions even if scattered, there was no coordination. Basically, we cannot achieve results if we work each one individually. So we worked on a coordination framework, and the President of the Republic, which is engaged on this topic, created a decree. The first, the interministerial committee, grouping all the technical ministries with competences on issues related to child labor, children exploitation, and human trafficking. And on the other side, we had partners who cannot be integrated in this committee. And so the president created another organization, the National Committee of Supervision, with grouping all non-governmental partners, working always on the elimination of child labor. So we have these two entities ensuring coordination and allow communication. Now we work closely together in consultation with stakeholders. We also set up a strategy through action plans. This strategy is based on 3 pillars. We have prevention, protection, and then, of course, the pursue and punishment. We worked together since 2018, and we asked ourselves, can we move forward now? Should we act otherwise? Are we really having an impact on the real causes of child labor? And according to what we discussed, we decided to work on 3 axes. The first one concerning children, how can we reduce all the factors affecting children, making them more fragile and pushing them to enter the labor market very early. Second axis consisting in strengthening, eliminating vulnerabilities in households and communities. And third axis is to strengthen all institutions working on the implementation of public and private partnership. This is what we started doing with regard to the cacao production. We went a step further. In 2021, we established a dialogue with the EU in order to integrate all the aspects which could help us in creating a favorable environment for enterprises and to facilitate the role for enterprise so they can really play their role. So we worked out a national strategy on durable cacao with all the stakeholders, including the companies. So within this framework, we are going to deploy, starting now and the future, with the contribution of all stakeholders. This is what we do in Côte d'Ivoire. So we have measures which try and tackle the root causes of child labor.
La coordination et la coopération.
To facilitate the coordination and cooperation. But we will eradicate this phenomenon only if we eradicate the root causes. The causes that fuel this phenomenon. If we do not touch on the causes, on the root causes of this phenomenon, we cannot eradicate effectively child labor or forced labor. It is important to implement a single national system. Many companies have started to develop their own system, but we need a single tracking system. We have also set up a follow-up mechanism for children to also have an emergency reporting system and facilitate decision-making actions and all the necessary measures. This is what we do in Côte d'Ivoire. We have all the mechanisms that we work on with the stakeholders. So that's all for me, but I'm available to reply, to answer any question. Thank you, Mr. Ngetia, for your words. You talked about this interministerial coordination framework. You said that the idea is to tackle the root causes, but tomorrow we will have a special session about tackling the root causes, starting at 9:30 tomorrow. So it would be nice to have additional information on your tracking system, on your single tracking system. So without further ado, I would like to see the visual report. You will see the keywords that artists have drawn. So it's very rich indeed, but I would like to cover all the keywords that have resonated with you. And I hope that this visual report will inspire you in the future. They are available in the chat box, but also online, where you will find the final report and the minutes of a meeting. I would like to ask the speakers to go back and screen, because we have some questions for them.
Eh bien, si Mathias et Jeroen sont encore en ligne, on aimerait bien les avoir, mais peut-être qu'ils nous
And I would like to ask Matthias and Jeroen to join as well.
Alors, j'ai une question très intéressante qui a été posée. D'abord, j'ai une question, un élément qui m'a paru intéressant, que vous avez tous
Then I have a question. You mentioned the efficacy of the frameworks that are selected for the companies. So you talked about standards, specific standards for business sectors. You also mentioned the reporting system to see how to prevent also violations, and then how prevention can go hand in hand with the legal measures. You also mentioned the need to improve trade relations, employment relations between the holding, the mother company and the subsidiaries or the subcontractors, so that the companies can manage risks effectively. So another topic is the harmonization of the transparency frameworks. Do you think is feasible, or do you think this transparency framework should be adapted to each country profile? There is also another question.
Quels sont les éléments à améliorer?
Which is what are the elements to improve, to increase the responsibility of companies or non-compliant?
Une question pour les gouvernements, quels sont les mécanismes que chaque pays peut mettre en place pour
And what are the mechanisms that can be implemented to eradicate forced child labor and human trafficking? Colleague from Côte d'Ivoire provided some food for thought and answers. So here are the three questions. I would like you to reply, but you're free to any question you want.
Thank you, Anushe, for the excellent summary of my key points. And I'll start answering by saying the question.
I would like to...
now I can hear someone else speak. Can I continue?
Yes, you can.
Okay, all right. So let me start by answering the three questions by saying, to me, the reporting questions and disclosure, harmonization of disclosure frameworks comes secondary to my key point that first we need common industry-specific standards, because the disclosure question is derived from the standards question. Once we know what specifically companies are expected to do in a specific industry context under the label of due diligence, it's easy to then derive a reporting framework from that standard, because the standard has metrics, and so the reporting then just follows those metrics and allows tracking progress over time. So to me, the harmonization of disclosure is asking about it is a bit like putting the cart in front of the horse. We need to first come together and have a better understanding of what due diligence means in specific industry contexts with those measurable metrics. Then we can define how to report on it. There's so much concern over the required reporting, also with the upcoming legislation, that I would say let's put that, postpone that question until we've really come to discuss the actual standards. And what governments could do, I think, for example, the Swiss government plays an extraordinary role in supporting multi-stakeholder initiatives, because those are organizations that can define standards with key stakeholders and have the most legitimate frame to define such standards. So once we have support for these multi-stakeholder initiatives that deserve this designation and are fit for purpose to deliver on standards and accountability mechanisms, I think governments can do a lot to empower these multi-stakeholder initiatives to fill this role. And the Swiss government, for example, has been really instrumental in, for example, setting up the International Code of Conduct for private security contractors, the voluntary principles, and other multi-stakeholder initiatives that truly define measurable standards. So to me, the true due diligence of companies is to get together with the key stakeholders and define the standards. And once we have those standards, it's going to be very easy for legislators, on the one hand, to define what's adequate human rights due diligence, and for companies, on the other hand, what they should be reporting on. So that will then fall into place automatically. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, c'est très clair. Quelqu'un veut prendre la suite avec la réponse aux sanctions pour les rendre...
Would you like to say something, someone say something on the sanctions?
Merci. J'ai répondu en partie dans le chat, mais je peux développer.
I've replied in the chat box. I think that for this responsibility framework to be more effective, as it was said in the directive proposal, we have two different things. The definition of the duty of care, because the more it is defined formally, that is to say, putting in place processes,
donc elle a mis en place des process. Donc c'est un premier point.
The sound is not very good, and unfortunately we missed some words. So what is the burden of the proof also today?
Yeah, Dorothy, maybe I can respond, because I think you're absolutely right, really, about responsibility of companies and also like legislation. It's a sort of interchanging, but it's our experience is also that the company should also have a due diligence system in place. But it's not easy, because I think it's a different way of working with suppliers. So it's also like, I don't know how to say it, but it's also like the companies, they have to coordinate differently with their training partners. It is an intensive process. And they have to go into discussion with their suppliers. With this difference, this is not the way they're used to work. So that is also what we see in our projects. So I think that we also have to take this into account as a government or within legislation. Isn't, of course, it's a very profit-oriented business. And this kind of legislation, which I really think is very positive, is also, yeah, there are limitations to the way companies are working.
Merci beaucoup. Martin Nguetia, une question vous est posée dans le chat que je vous soumets.
I see a question in the chat box. So one of the participants speaks about the Côte d'Ivoire, which is the result of the implementation of the legal framework in the fight against child labor. Are causes linked to the poverty of some neighboring countries? Thank you. Faced with this issue and the strengthening of the legal framework, in the implementation of the legal framework, I must say that we have ratified the Convention of the ILO, namely the banning of children trafficking. So there are many practices which cannot be, which are banned. And also in terms of child labor, there are many works that children cannot do that have been banned. So the civil society has also been called upon. We have made efforts through this campaign that we launched, and we tried to reverse the trend despite the COVID-19 crisis. It is true that we take measures internally, but there are other realities such as poverty, no access to social protection floors, and in many regions we have other problems such as security problems or migration problems. Many people migrate to Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is a destination country, so we receive migrants, mostly low-skilled migrants who work in the informal economy. That's why we have these problems, but we know the problem and we are working on it. But I must confess that the measures may not be fully effective. Of course, we cannot turn a blind eye. We cannot close the tap without having running water anymore. But we have to do efforts to improve the situation. We are working on improving. Thank you very much. This was a very rich and enriching session of 2 hours. We managed to give the floor to most of the stakeholders on a very tricky issue, which will have a follow-up in the next month with the legislative proposal that is on the table that should further develop this topic. So 5 minutes break before the second session of the day, which is entitled Detect, Identify, Follow Up and Protect. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the second session of our Visio conference, Zero Tolerance for Child Labor, Forced Labor, and Human Trafficking. We are very happy to have you online and also on the social networks because the conference is also streamed on YouTube. I have the pleasure of starting this session number 2, which is entitled Detecting, Identifying, Accompanying and Protection of Victims and Survivors. We are going to look at the progress made in this area, notably for have a better access to the rights, which are the support, housing, employment, access to justice, reparation, and education. To launch our discussion, we have the pleasure of giving the floor to Mr. Valiant Ricci, Special Representative and Coordinator for Combating Trafficking in Human Being of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and Professor Connie Rüsken, elected member, Greta, Council of Europe in the Greta of the EU Council of Europe. Valiant Shiri, we wait. Professor Connie Rüsken, you have the floor. Valiant.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Dear Noosh, thanks so much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you all and also to speak on this important topic along with Connie. It's, I think, a topic that we both care a lot about, and I'm looking forward to discussing it with you all today. Let me begin.
Sorry, Valiant, may I ask you to be a little bit slower for the translation? Thank you very much.
The 6 countries represented here today have very diverse trafficking situations within their territories, and the challenges they face are not the same, so the solutions will not be the same. However, and I think this is a crucial point to start on, the beginning of all solutions is the same. And what I mean by this is that the central point is political will. No country can defeat trafficking if there's no political will. So let me begin by congratulating the countries engaging today and represented on this call for committing to this important work. I'd like to outline a few general points and strategies that I think will be helpful and relevant for each of you in your efforts to solve this persistent challenge. In particular, I want to talk through the process of supporting victims from detection to protection, highlighting some of the problems I see in anti-trafficking efforts around the world, and some of the opportunities to do better. So let's start with detection and identification. Right now, the number of identified victims is still extremely low compared to the estimated total number of victims. Some estimates suggest states identify less than 1% of the total number of victims. Low identification directly impacts not only the effective and timely protection of victims' rights, but also the prosecution of traffickers. One of the reasons for such low numbers is that countries have systematically taken a passive approach to detection. It is absolutely essential, indeed fundamental, to proactively look for victims. The approach of waiting for victims to come forward when they are ready to do so does not work and will not give you the results you need. States need to put together the policy framework and the operational capability to proactively screen and detect so that they can identify victims. Protection starts here. How many countries, for example, have established systematic screening methods? Do countries know what to look for and where to look? The answer, unfortunately, is very often no. So-called indicators have their relevance, but systematic and validated screening tools such as questionnaires or online engagement can be much more effective than hoping that a caseworker knows what to look for. Moreover, states can take better steps to establish the conditions for victims to want to come forward. For example, one of the primary forms of detection is through law enforcement operations. Unfortunately, these operations can lead to initial arrests of victims, or at the minimum, further trauma and distrust of law enforcement. In our work at the OSCE, we encourage countries to utilize a multi-agency approach as much as possible. A simple example is to incorporate victim support services into police operations to improve engagement with potential victims. If, on the contrary, as is often done, labor inspectors conduct joint operations with migration police, that is not going to help the situation, and in fact will likely only make it harder to connect with foreign victims of trafficking who may be residing illegally or who might simply be afraid of law enforcement. When we talk about detection, I think it is also worth highlighting opportunities to enhance our efforts through the use of technology. In particular, promising tools on this issue exist in the field of supply chain management, which you all just spoke about a few moments ago, corporate risk identification, and worker engagement and empowerment. One promising tool, for example, is LaborLink, a platform establishing two-way communication channel for workers to share their viewpoints in real time. This platform helps companies develop solutions that identify and address worker abuse and exploitation in global supply chains. Turning from detection to identification, a current challenge in many states is that individuals can only be formally identified as victims of trafficking by law enforcement. Also, cooperation with criminal proceedings is often necessary in order to access services and assistance. This is a model that is doomed to failure because of the realities of trafficking, including that victims are often reluctant to cooperate with law enforcement. If assistance to a victim is dependent on his or her first committing to formal cooperation in proceedings, the risk is that victims stay silent and then would not receive critical assistance, might get deported, or be at a higher risk of exploitation all over again. Another risk is that you lose crucial information about potential trafficking cases for the police, which in turn will not have the foundation for a successful investigation. The result is a lost opportunity to disrupt the trafficking chain. To address this problem and enhance both the identification of victims and prosecutions, there's an urgent need to expand our identification procedures and to adopt what we call at the OSCE a social path to achieve victim status. The social path means that agencies outside law enforcement can also grant the status of victim of trafficking in order to access services and assistance. This approach has the benefit of building positive assistance-based relationships with victims that can also help cases. Victims who are better supported are more likely to avoid re-victimization and cooperate with the criminal justice system. Unfortunately, the more common scenario right now is that trafficked persons are often classified and treated as irregular migrants, as criminals, even when clear indications of trafficking and exploitation exist. They are therefore constantly at risk of detention, deportation, and re-victimization. Once victims are identified, they need assistance. Here, I'd encourage states to look at this aspect comprehensively. For example, I often see countries with too few shelters for victims or for specific types of victims, creating situations where victims of different genders, different forms of exploitation, and different needs are all sheltered under the same roof. And speaking of needs, assistance does not only mean shelters. Many times there are situations when victims don't need shelter, but need medical assistance or help with reintegration into the workforce. Victims are different and their experience is different, which means their needs are going to be different. Effective protection means working, again, with a multi-agency approach to ensure their specific needs are met so that one day their full potential can be expressed. Again, Cutting across these concepts of detection, identification, and assistance is a topic I believe that requires special attention, that of vulnerabilities. Who is vulnerable to trafficking and why? Our collective efforts are often biased to the concept of an ideal victim, perhaps a young girl being sexually exploited, or a young man in forced labor. But those victims only tell part of the story. Our preconceptions, our biases, our stereotypes lead us to see only part of the problem. And this leads us to design responses that are inadequate. Anti-trafficking efforts need to account for specific vulnerability factors that can play a role in the trafficking process. For example, ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities, and other disadvantaged groups are among the most susceptible to being trafficked. Yet the identification and protection framework are very often not tailored to those situations and needs. Last year, we published a study on applying gender-sensitive approaches in combating trafficking in human beings to explore a range of gender-related dynamics that are often not addressed in existing prevention, protection, and prosecution strategies. Moving away from the principles and talking about the structures, I want to emphasize that one of the crucial pieces in a state's anti-trafficking framework is the national referral mechanism, which allows states to leverage partnerships and provide comprehensive assistance to victims. All of this costs money. I understand that, and I also understand that my time is limited. So let me say this. We've seen excellent, promising practices from countries who have used the seizure of assets from traffickers and funneled that back to support systems. France, for example, does this, and I want to highly encourage this practice in other countries as well. In conclusion, we will be addressing all of these issues: detection, identification, and assistance, including vulnerabilities and rights of victims at our Alliance conference in just a month on April 4th through 6th. I'll put a link to the registration in the chat, but thank you so much for your kind attention and for the invitation to speak today. I look forward to the discussion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant spécial. Je donne tout de suite.
Thank you very much. I give now the floor to Professor Connie Rushken.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and also thank you, Vali and Richie, for your rich presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Greta on the detection, identification, and protection of victims of trafficking, including to access to rights, justice, and remedy. The Council of Europe's action in this respect has continued to be based on the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings, which currently has 48 states parties, all Council of Europe member states except the Russian Federation, as well as 2 non-member states, Belarus and Israel. The monitoring of the implementation of the convention by the group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, GRETA, is carried out with the objective that state parties change their policy, legislation, and practice in the light of the recommendations made by GRETA and the Committee of the Parties to the convention, thereby providing an effective protection of citizens from human trafficking. The convention is also important and a comprehensive instrument which is of relevance for achieving Sustainable Development Goals 16, and in particular the abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against children, and also target point 16, paragraph 3, on ensuring equal access to justice. Above all, on top, the convention is also of relevance for achieving target 8.7 and goal 8 on eradicating forced labor and modern slavery and human trafficking. While building on existing international instruments, the convention goes beyond the minimum standards agreed upon in them and strengthens the protection afforded to victims. GRETA provides guidance and support to achieving target 8.7. More specifically, in 2020 and 2021, GRETA developed a compendium on good practices in addressing trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation, and a guidance note on preventing and combating trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation. Some of the main recommendations in this guidance note are to define the parameters of the concept of exploitation to avoid inconsistency of interpretation and legal uncertainty. Make sure that labor inspectorates are sufficiently mandated to detect and investigate human trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation, and regulate and monitoring activities of recruitment agencies and private placement agency. The compendium and the guidance note have been inspirational for the drafting of a recommendation from the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe on combating trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation that is now being negotiated and that will hopefully be adopted at the end of this year. Now further on the detection, identification and the protection of victims. Well, first the detection and identification, and I very much concur with what my previous speaker has said. Because for an early detection of trafficking cases and victims, the training and awareness raising of all actors that might be relevant for early detection and identification is crucial. This is explicitly recognized in Article 10 of the Convention. This article also requires different authorities to collaborate with each other and with relevant support organizations to identify the victims. The importance of early detection and identification was already recognized in the famous landmark case of Ronsev in 2009. And last year, the state's obligations on detection and identification have been further determined in the case of VCL and AN versus the United Kingdom. But without going into the details of this case, it is important to note that according to the European Court of Human Rights, and I quote, once a trafficking assessment has been made by a qualified person, any subsequent prosecutorial decision would have to take that assessment into account. Thus, it is not only the early identification that is important, but also the qualification by a competent authority that cannot be ignored. In that regard, Greta in its evaluations consistently refers to the importance of to have a national referral mechanism, as also the previous speaker pointed out. And that is, for instance, expressed in the 9th general report of Greta that was published in 2020, and which is also to be found on our website. A reflection and a recovery period is adopted in Article 13 of the Council of Europe Convention, which provides for a reflection and recovery and reflection period of at least 30 days, as soon as there are reasonable grounds to believe the person is a victim of trafficking. It is reiterated in this article that during this period, an expulsion order against the person shall not be enforced, and victims should receive the assistance measures contained in Article 12, paragraphs 1 and 2 of the Convention. Well, especially in the context of the European Union, there seems to be some tension with the obligations under the Dublin regulation, based on which a foreign national is to be returned to the country of first entry. Although it has been determined in case law, both by the European Court of Human Rights and the Court of Justice of the EU, that one's personal situation needs to be taken into account when a person is transferred based on the Dublin regulation, this is not always systematically done. Then secondly, on the protection of victims. Here again, the Convention on Action Against Trafficking goes a step further than other international documents and lists all forms of assistance that needs to be provided to victims of trafficking in Article 12. Paragraph 6 of this article explicitly states that assistance to a victim is not made conditional on his or her willingness to act as a witness. Whereas such a link between acting as a witness or cooperation in the criminal proceedings is made in many countries, as we've also heard, often based on the implementation of the EU Directive of 2004 that limits victim assistance to those who cooperate with the authorities. Although this looks rather generous in Article 12, in practice, this provision of assistance is limited by Article 14 of the Convention on granting of a residence permit. Based on Article 14, the state parties to the Convention are obliged to provide a residence permit to victims of trafficking, but can limit the issuing of such a residence permit to situations in which the competent authorities considers the stay of the victim necessary for cooperation in investigative procedures, and or to situations in which the competent authorities consider the stay necessary given the personal situation of the victim. Now, the latter situation, so on the personal situation, that is not problematic. But with the former, the link to the cooperation, the residency can become dependent on the cooperation with the authorities. And although that still the assistance to a victim in those cases is still not linked to the cooperation in criminal proceedings, in fact, the consequence is that the victim will not have legal residency if he or she does not cooperate, and as a consequence thereof, does not have access to assistance. This still is considered a major problem in many states. Therefore, Greta systematically reviews the state's practice on this point and consistently urges states parties to provide for unconditional access to support and assistance for victims of trafficking. Then finally, what is important for victims is compensation and legal redress as part of the protection and assistance mechanism. It has been repeatedly noted by Greta, but also by NGOs, trade unions, lawyers, activists, and state representatives that compensation and legal redress is difficult to realize in practice. For these reasons, Greta's third round of evaluation, which is currently ongoing and was launched in 2019, focuses on trafficking victims' access to justice and effective remedies. The country evaluation reports produced by Greta examine the protection provided by state parties to victims of trafficking and contain specific recommendations for improving the respect of victims' rights, including their access to legal assistance and compensation and the application of the non-punishment provision. Greta has set up a network of lawyers specialized to represent victims of trafficking, which meets periodically. With this, I would like to conclude my short intervention. I would like to thank you for your attention and would be happy to enter into discussions with you during the remaining of this session. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, which is very interesting. You mentioned the need for cooperation with justice, the residency, and other issues. I would like to kick off the first round table. We have 6 speakers, so I kindly ask the speakers to stick to the time that has been allotted to them. First of all, we have Elizabeth Moirambro, Secretary General of the Interministerial Mission for Women's Protection Against Violence and Against Human Trafficking in France. Dr. Philipp Schwettmann, Head of Migration and Decent Work Department in Germany. Mr. Kwaku Kramartangetia, which was with us in the previous round table, Director for the Fight Against Child Labor. Mr. Herman Boller, National Rapporteur on Trafficking Human Beings and Sexual Violence Against Children from the Netherlands. Mrs. Salima Agni, Director of Labor from Morocco, and Mrs. Nadia Boss, expert in trafficking authority of the Netherlands. Dear Elizabeth, the floor is yours. Thank you all, and a very big thank to the Secretary and the Secretary of the Alliance 8.7 for organizing this.
de cette journée est l'une des atteintes les plus graves aux droits humains et elle n'épargne aucun pays du monde et même en Europe. La France est de plus en plus exposée à ce phénomène qui touche en majorité des femmes et des
The
filles.
sound of Mrs. Myron is not good. We cannot hear what she says. We apologize, but we cannot hear what Mrs. Broad is saying.
Pilotée par la mission que je dirige en tant qu'instance de coordination. Alors, je tiens à saluer la stratégie récemment mise en place par la France en sa qualité de pays pionnier de l'Alliance 8-7 pour éliminer le travail des enfants, le travail forcé et la traite des êtres humains. N'en doutons pas, cette stratégie sera un facteur d'accélération, comme son nom l'indique, et de renforcement de l'action publique et politique de la lutte contre la traite des êtres humains. Plusieurs mesures concrètes ont été réalisées et sont même effectives à ce jour. Ce mot a beaucoup été employé depuis ce matin, et ce, dans le cadre du second plan d'action et pour améliorer la protection et l'accompagnement des victimes. Et ces mesures ont d'ailleurs été reprises dans la nouvelle stratégie. Donc, on m'a demandé de parler donc de l'identification des victimes, de la protection et de leur accompagnement. On sait que, je commencerai donc par le premier, l'identification est une étape clé dans la lutte contre la traite des êtres humains. C'est celle dont tout découle. C'est parce qu'elles seront identifiées que les victimes seront protégées et pourront exercer leurs droits. Or, nous le savons, les victimes sont le plus souvent
J'interromps parce que les interprètes ne vous entendent pas bien. Est-ce que vous pouvez vous approcher de votre micro? Je suis désolée de vous interrompre.
Ah, je suis désolée, oui.
Ah,
Alors,
beaucoup mieux, beaucoup mieux. On vous entend beaucoup mieux.
On entend mieux là?
Ah oui.
D'accord. Parce que j'ai un tout petit ordinateur portable, donc je crois que c'est
très bien. On vous voit très bien.
Parfait.
Continuez, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, j'en étais à la première étape, qui est l'identification des victimes.
So, the first step is the identification of the victims, which is very important.
Pourront exercer leurs droits. Or, nous savons que les victimes qui sont sous l'emprise de leurs exploiteurs sont souvent aussi en situation régulière et donc ne se reconnaissent pas comme victimes. C'est pourquoi une mobilisation...
That's why we need to mobilize at all levels to give visibility to these victims.
Aujourd'hui, notamment par l'association.
Today, we have mentioned this many times. The information and formation and training of professionals to reach out to vulnerable people is indispensable to tackle trafficking. We have developed a guide to raise awareness among professionals at interministerial levels, social workers, teachers. We have developed this guide with the national stakeholders.
Nous savons également
we know that identify victims is a complex process which requires the full participation of all stakeholders and the implementation of identification mechanism. As the OECD representative mentioned before, each country must create such a mechanism. This has been envisaged by the European institutions as well. We work in France with all the ministries, the associations of experts, and the national independent rapporteurs.
Dans l'année 2022, je ne pense pas avant le dernier trimestre, mais dans cette année-là, j'ai de grands espoirs que nous y arrivions.
We will hope to achieve a goal by 2022. We will develop a list of common indicators with the roles and responsibilities in terms of identification.
Et pour Valérie Tché, qui j'espère nous suit encore à présent, je voudrais lui dire que nous sommes toujours inspirés.
I also want to say that we draw from the proposals and suggestions of the institutions, and we will develop a circular. In this perspective, we will also train resource persons. We can mention representatives from the schools.
Des référents aussi traitent des êtres humains.
And also the regional labor rights, representatives in the jurisdictions, and representatives who are in direct contact with victims at risk of exploitation. And once the victims are identified, they can be protected, they can have access to social rights, to residency and legal tools, as well as to compensation.
Et un hébergement adapté dont doivent bénéficier les victimes de traite, qui est vraiment extrêmement important.
I would like to mention the right of victims to get out of exploitation. Now we have some measures, some mechanisms to provide the victims with shelters. We also have developed reception centers and guidance. This network will become more and more indispensable. Just a couple of minutes, 30 seconds to speak about the special protection of children. So it is important to protect these children, to put them away from exploitative situations. And in 2020, we have also created a center, a shelter, which receives children in danger. We provide an overall follow-up to these children in a tight coordination of all stakeholders, judicial institution, the protection of children, institutions, and professionals. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I would like to say that the protecting and helping victims is very important if we want to effectively fight against trafficking in human beings. And I would like to give the floor to Dr. Philippe Schwetman. Without further ado, please.
Thank you, Anousheh. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope I can be heard.
Very well.
Great, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy to share a few information, a little bit of information about what is happening lately in Germany. Speaking about the state of play, if I had to put a headline on the state of a comprehensive national response to Germany to all forms of forced labor, I would put work in progress. This is partly due to the fact that Germany has a strong, as you might know, a strong federal structure, and each Bundesland is responsible for the implementation of such a response. But the topic also used to be rather low on the political agenda, which is now changing, as you heard this morning from our State Secretary from the Ministry of Labor, as Germany in December 21 applied to be a Pathfinder country within the Alliance 8.7. I would like to briefly acquaint you with 3 elements of a structure against forced labor that have been set up in the recent years. These elements have the potential to contribute substantially to an effective approach against forced labor, and which I regard as interesting also for an international audience. The first element is the support structure for the enforcement of labor rights. In the recent years, Germany has built up several networks of advice for migrant workers that help them to enforce rights deriving from their employment. Those services help workers, for example, claiming back wages, taking action against illegal dismissals, taking action against illegal wage deduction for accommodation, food, or fines. Currently, there are more than 40 advice centers throughout Germany offering advice on labor rights in many languages, free of charge, anonymously, and confidentially. Many of those services also reach out to workplaces or accommodations of workers. All those services received training, and this is important, training in order to identify incidents of forced labor, which means that those services are not able to provide affected people with a comprehensive support. However, they can identify and inform them and then refer them to specialized services, and if they want to, also to the police. Those services have a good access to exploited workers because they offer a very valuable service, especially to help people to receive the due wages. This is often a much better incentive for workers to come forward than to be labeled as victims. Generally, we feel, and that has been said before by Mr. Ritchie, we feel that it is important to offer better opportunities for people affected by forced labor to free themselves instead of being freed by law enforcement authorities, where it is often not clear whether people are treated as victims or as perpetrators. However, and this brings me to the second element, a good cooperation between law enforcement authorities and NGOs for victim support is crucial. In 2021, a cooperation agreement has been signed between all the advisory services I just described to you and the customs authority, especially the unit which is called Fiscal Control Illicit Work. This unit is the competent body in Germany to inspect workplaces, investigating unpaid taxes and social security contributions, illicit work, but since 2019, also labor exploitation. The cooperation agreement stipulates the exchange of contact data, which allows for a quick and direct call by telephone in urgent cases, regular exchange meetings on a regional basis, and the possibility of work shadowing in order to learn more how the partners work. And there's an annual national meeting of all the participating partners. This is for us a new and promising element, allowing us to work together despite the sometimes contradicting mandates and views. One of the main challenges we see is that the many and very different actors need to have the necessary knowledge to act effectively and jointly against forced labor. All those actors have to be equipped with the necessary know-how and opportunities to meet each other and to exchange experience and to discuss how to effectively link up to each other. This is the reason why in 2017, the German Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs followed a recommendation of the Federal Working Group Against Labor Trafficking to set up the National Service Center Against Labor Exploitation, Forced Labor and Human Trafficking. And this is the third element I would like to briefly and finally introduce to you. The Service Center supports all players in this field, be it governmental or non-governmental. It offers trainings to inform about the facets of forced labor, to sensitize actors, to better identify people affected, and to offer support. It runs an online resource center with information on forced labor, description of cases, materials, guidelines, etc. And it publishes studies, for example, on signs of forced labor in specific sectors. And it does create networks for exchange and cooperation, for example, for state prosecutors to meet annually and to discuss ongoing investigations.
May I ask you to conclude?
I do. All those elements, for all those elements, it is important to be connected internationally also. This is, as you all know, not easy due to language barriers, different competencies and understandings of the phenomenon. However, I feel that a national approach would ever be incomplete if the international cooperation is missing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just give the floor. Je donne la parole à Monsieur Martin Guettia.
I'll give the floor to Mr. Martin Guettia. We don't see you. Are you still there with us? Okay, thank you very much. You can take the floor, Mr. Guettia. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. With regard to this issue of this afternoon, with regard to Côte d'Ivoire, we should say that we have a legal framework, which I already mentioned earlier, but I would like to add some additional fundamental aspects that we use to develop our strategies. In 2010, Côte d'Ivoire adopted a specific law which prohibits human trafficking and child labor. In 2016, we realized that that law was not covering all of the aspects of human trafficking and forced labor. And so another law was adopted in 2016 to specifically address the issue of human trafficking. And that allowed the implementation of the Interministerial Committee for the fight against the human trafficking and the Executive Secretariat. This secretariat also works with other stakeholders, the actors in the private and public sector and NGOs. And together we elaborated a national action plan against human trafficking, also based on prevention, pillars such as prevention, because we have to clarify the concept not only with officials, but also raise the awareness of among the population on the risk of certain practices. There is also a section on victim protection. Because we could face two situations. Once you have a victim and you have the author or the exploiter of the person or the child. And so that exploiter should be pursued, and at that level we created in Côte d'Ivoire specific units on the state public employment with the police or these are taken into account in our criminal code. The police, the gendarmerie also. But we also have specific units in order to control specifically and pursue human trafficking. We have two specific units. One is specialized in human trafficking and child labor. It's a police unit. And then we have a mixed unit to fight against transnational criminal crime. This is a mixed unit, including including also the military, and in collaboration with Interpol to tackle transnational issues. With regard to prevention, we have to ensure provide protection, provide services to the victims, make them aware of their rights. We have we have a foundation and centers allowing today to provide adapted services to children who are victims of trafficking and forced labor. We also set up a detection mechanism through a system against the child labor through labor inspectors who carry out inspections not at the workplace in order to see, however, if there are cases of trafficking, and report to the authorities. All citizens, any citizen can also detect and contact the authorities. So we set up a network. We have a toll-free number to report cases of violations of the rights of the child. And we also, the line 308, which is a toll-free line number. Any citizen can call this number to report a case of trafficking, and can then make this denunciation to report this to the police and provide help to these people. So we also work in a network with our colleagues in the country of the sub-region to facilitate the return of people that we have identified, and with the chancellor offices and the embassies, we can start a process of return and provide social assistance. So this is what we have done with regard to the mechanisms. And then we have also the social policy of the government, and the management of migration, the management of vulnerability, allowing, we think, that this is going to help us with the involvement of the partners, technical and financial partners, in order to better manage the situation. Our studies show that our impact is positive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Mr. Herman Bolar, National Rapporteur for from the Netherlands. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation. First of all, I'd like to point out that as the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings and Sexual Violence Against Children, I have the responsibility to inform the government of the Netherlands about the scale and nature of human trafficking in the Netherlands, and advise the government on the national response against human trafficking. I would like to share with you some of the main findings from my most recent report, the Human Trafficking Victims Monitoring Report, that I published 3 months ago. Again, this monitor demonstrates that human trafficking often does not happen in isolation. For the first time, this monitor provides insight in the repeat victimization in human trafficking. One of the most shocking findings in this monitor is that about 45%, almost half of all people who become victims of human trafficking will become victim again of a crime within 5 years. Often, these are very serious crimes, such as violent abuse, threats, sexual violence, and human trafficking. This illustrates how human trafficking is intertwined with other forms of crime. It also illustrates the inability to effectively protect victims. The monitor also provides insight into the support that identified victims of human trafficking receive. People who fall victim to human trafficking often do not get the support they need in order to fully recover from what has happened to them. Victims of human trafficking come from a broad range of different backgrounds, and their needs are often complex and diverse. There are young victims, victims having multiple complex needs, victims who migrated from abroad under strenuous circumstances, or a combination of these. They often do not receive the special care they need. The support that's offered to them is often based less on their needs and more on factors that are unrelated to their experience, such as their age, residency density status, and the municipality where they reside. Partially due to the lack of specialist community-based support services available, children who become victims of exploitations are more often taken into care and placed into secured children's homes. Sometimes this may be necessary, but much too often, social workers seriously doubt the effectiveness of these forms of social care to protect children who have experienced sexual exploitations and provide them with the therapeutic care they need. Social workers tell us that the specialist community-based care that these children need is not always available in their municipalities. Some vulnerable groups have become even more vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic. Labor migrants who are dependent on their employers lost not only their jobs during the pandemic, but also their homes. Due to this vulnerability, labor migrants are more at risk of being exploited. Bad working conditions bordering on abuse came to light during the pandemic. It's of serious concern that these abuses were not identified at an earlier stage. And I'm afraid more or less the same goes for the international conflicts we're facing and the stream of refugees. At the level of local authorities, the municipalities, the sense of urgency is growing. Mayors are increasingly aware that human trafficking and exploitation manifest themselves in different forms in their municipalities, even when it's not always visible. It's one thing to say that you want your municipality to be exploitation-free, but how to achieve that is not quite another. I also think we have to focus more on the perpetrators, because without there wouldn't be any victims without perpetrators, obviously. As we all know, being affected by human trafficking and sex exploitation can have a long-term traumatic and disruptive effect on the lives of victims. The government has the important task and responsibility to protect children and adults from becoming victims in the first place and providing them with suitable care and protection for those who fall victim. I think four factors are extremely important, and I want to sum up this to conclude. In the first place, I think what is needed, given the apparent lack of knowledge and insight on these issues at the local level, is research into who the victims and perpetrators of human trafficking are, and do this research very proactively. Secondly, At the national level, quantitative and qualitative longitudinal research is needed to provide us with a better understanding of repeat victimization and reoffending behavior of perpetrators and human trafficking and exploitation. On the third place, we need to know what works. We really need to know what works. What does specialist care look like, and what works best in preventing people to become victims of human trafficking, preventing victims from becoming victims again, and perpetrators from offending? And to conclude, lastly, what is needed to do this effectively are comparative international analysis to provide better insight in what has proven to be effective internationally in tackling human trafficking and exploitation, and the necessary financial stimulus from national government as well as international bodies to be able to carry out these necessary studies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup. Très intéressant de vous entendre et surtout d'entendre les 4 propositions que vous avez faites.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the 4 proposals that you made at the end of your presentation. I to give the floor to Mrs. Salima Admi. Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to participate in this forum. And I would like to thank the presidency of Alliance 8.7 for inviting me. Well, as we said, figures show that child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking are caused by 3 main factors. Legislative, some gaps in legislation, social, economic difficulties which workers are faced with, and the behavior of companies and the business behavior and the business environment. So we want to strengthen the different factors. So we want to provide the capacity building. We want to fight against poverty. Regarding the legal framework and control, the labor legislation and labor inspections play an important role in the prevention of trafficking in persons, labor, forced labor, in identifying the worst forms of child labor, and in identifying potential victims of exploitation. One of the major components of the legal framework is the labor code containing provisions of protection against forced labor, against child labor and discrimination. This is a legal tool which has been strengthened by a law about labor relations, labor employment for domestic workers. This category of workers were outside the legal framework has been included in the legal framework, and it can also benefit of a minimum of protection against exploitation. Morocco has adopted a law against trafficking to repress any form of exploitation, sexual exploitation, bondage during domestic work, and slavery, and it depenalizes the actions carried out by the victims of exploitation in order to protect these victims and the protection of witnesses and whistleblowers. To ensure the efficacy of a law, many governmental facilities have been built, namely the Ministerial Commission for the follow-up of the national legislation about childhood, the National Commission to coordinate the measures to fight and prevent trafficking. This commission follows up the measures, the education programs, the awareness raising campaigns, the focal point at provincial levels in all the kingdom, and the specialized labor inspections to ensure targeted control, the territorial network to ensure framework of services accessible to children, their families, in a framework of coordination of all the stakeholders in the intervention framework and the support to victims. And some units, support units for women victims of violence, tribunals, public hospitals, other administrative facilities aimed at preventing and fighting against any violence against women. Capacity building of stakeholders to familiarize them with the indicators of trafficking so that they can identify the vulnerable people or victims of exploitation at work, together with the labor inspectors. This training has been given to judicial authorities, prosecutors, the services, the security services and social workers, as well as the stakeholder of civil society. The partners, the local partners play a major role to protect victims of trafficking. Morocco decided many years ago to support financially the association projects to facilitate the reintegration in school of these children. The Council of Europe, with the National Commission for the Coordination of the Fight Against Trafficking, organized the roundtables for all the stakeholders to prepare a guide to identify, detect the victims of trafficking. This guide will help the professionals to better work on the spot. There are many other action plans and programs to raise awareness in the public audience vis-a-vis the worst forms of child labor. To increase awareness vis-a-vis this phenomenon and to strengthen the protection mechanisms within a given community. Before concluding, I would like to say that child labor, forced labor and trafficking cannot be eradicated without the targeted policies and measures. I would like to mention an initiative which achieved significant results also to improve the living conditions of a population. A humanist migration policy based on human rights through the legalization of the administrative situation of foreigners in illegal situation, and also the generalization of the social coverage and health coverage for all Moroccan nationals. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. You have talked about the training of labor inspection. So Nadia Boss, there's a hand towards you. Please tell us what you have done in the Netherlands.
Thank you so much for the invitation also. I work for the Netherlands Labour Authority, or in short, the NLA, and the NLA supervises compliance with labor laws and criminally investigates fraud, exploitation, and organized crime within the chain of work and income. And this afternoon, I would like to tell you something about the challenges we face in our criminal investigations into labor exploitation. Successfully bringing perpetrators of labor exploitation to justice is not an easy task. In the Netherlands, labor exploitation is criminalized as a form of human trafficking. This means that criminalization of human trafficking in the Dutch Criminal Code not only contains acts that see to the preparation of exploitation, which part corresponds with the definition of human trafficking in Article 4 under A of the Council of Europe's Convention Against Trafficking in Human Beings, but also contains acts that see to the exploitation itself and profiting from exploitation. All three acts qualify as the crime human trafficking and have the same threat of punishment. As a result, the criminalization of human trafficking is long, complex, and subject to case law. In order to get a conviction for labor exploitation, there must be evidence that the accused has forced a person to work using one of the coercive means mentioned in Article 4 under A of the Convention, and that he has done so with the intent of exploitation. The scope of the element of exploitation is subject to case law. Because the crime of trafficking in human beings is an infringement on fundamental rights, such as human dignity and personal freedom, it is mentioned in case law that actions of the accused constitute an infringement on those fundamental rights. It is a challenge for our detectives to provide sufficient evidence for this. To date, the NLA largely depends on victims of human trafficking coming forward and their willingness to press charges and cooperate in a criminal investigation. This is a problem because victims of labor exploitation usually have little freedom and are not able to come forward. Also, there are other reasons than being unfree that affect the willingness of victims to report the crime. A victim takes certain risks by reporting to authorities. Often the family in the country of origin is financially dependent on them. And we also see that the victim is bound to the employer when it comes to housing or a residence and work permit. We too see cases in which the victim is illegally in the Netherlands and is afraid of deportation. In order to mitigate these risks, it is essential that the authorities are able to provide protection to these victims. Fortunately, the Netherlands has adequate facilities to protect victims. However, it should be noted that these facilities are only available to victims during the criminal investigation into labor exploitation, in which they cooperate. A vast majority of criminal investigations are stopped early on due to lack of investigation opportunities or lack of evidence for the crime of trafficking in human beings. When a criminal investigation stops, the victim loses its rights to protection and sometimes is left empty-handed. There are several causes for stopping a criminal investigation early on. Together, these causes form another challenge in successfully combating labor exploitation. One of them has to do with securing objective and fleeting evidence. For example, pictures of a security camera from an ATM showing that someone else than the victim is withdrawing money from the victim's bank account. Such evidence is important to support the victim's statement and to provide evidence for elements of the criminalization of human trafficking that the victim has no knowledge about, such as the business model or economic benefits for the suspect. It is not always possible to secure this evidence due to the time that passes between the exploitive situation coming to an end and the moment that the detectives learn about this evidence when interviewing the victim when he or she presses charges. This has to do with the reflection period, which is 3 months in the Netherlands, and in which time the victim can come to rest and reflect on their choice to press charges and collaborate with the authorities. Interviewing the victim during this time is not an option. Another important reason for ending criminal investigations into labor exploitation is what we call in the Netherlands the gray area. This area contains situations in which employees face some abuse or disadvantage by their employers, but the employees do not seem to be forced to work and/or the employers do not seem to have the intention to exploit their employees. An example is an investigation regarding 2 Indonesian women who worked as au pairs for a family in the Netherlands. These women did not speak Dutch and were not familiar with the Dutch language and culture. They did not have access to their passports and were dependent on the family for their income and shelter. The women did have a telephone with credit, and they also used a computer in the house. They had frequent contact with their husbands in Indonesia. As far as the work was concerned, the women had to look after the children and they had household chores. They had to be available 24/7, but they were not always called upon, so that they also had regularly time to themselves. The NLA did a criminal investigation after the 2 women pressed charges against the family, after which the Public Prosecution Service prosecuted the father and mother for human trafficking. According to the Amsterdam Court of Appeal, however, this was a case of very poor employership and not labor exploitation. In order to tackle employers who are in the gray area, the NLA makes use of administrative law wherever possible. This means that it is checked whether these employers comply with Foreign National Employment Act, the Minimum Wage Act, and the Working Hours Act. In the event of a violation, they will be fined. A challenge within this approach is that the labor laws that are enforced offer little to no opportunity to protect or redeem workers who have been seriously harmed by a violation of these regulations. Therefore, the result of this approach is not always satisfactory. In November last year, the NLA proposed a number of measures to more effectively tackle labor exploitation and cases in the grey area. In the first place, we proposed to separate the act of labor exploitation from trafficking in human beings in our criminal code. In addition, we proposed to criminalize acts that are in the grey area so that structural or serious violations of labor laws at the expense of an employee can also be dealt with in a criminal matter.
May I ask you to conclude, please?
Yes. Furthermore, we argued that measures must be taken that make it possible to help and to care for employees who have been seriously harmed by a violation of labor laws by their employer. For example, give them access to shelter when they depend on their employer for housing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for this very insightful intervention. Nous avons terminé là les discussions.
We have wrapped up the discussions with the national representatives, which have shed a light on the matter, on a proactive policy, decentralized, a transnational policy to better understand this phenomenon. Our Dutch rapporteur spoke about this investigation, this criminal investigations, but we must not forget our duty to put away the victims from the author of violations. I want to remind you that trafficking in human beings are crimes which are sometimes linked to other crimes.
Je laisse tout de suite la parole à Monica Lisa et à la table ronde.
I would like to give the floor to Monica Lisa and the roundtable of the civil society suggestions and recommendations.
The speakers of the first roundtable representing the national responses. As Anusha has already anticipated, we are going to go ahead with the second roundtable, which I'm sure is going to be equally interesting. The people who are here with us represent different entities of the civil societies, and they are going to share with us the proposal from civil society. We have here with us Ariela Mitri from Caritas Albania, Brian Varma, Commensha from the Netherlands, Susan Hof, La Strada International, and then Madame Akar, Frazia Akar, Country Director and Regional Representative for Western and Central Africa of the Foundation ICI, Côte d'Ivoire, Annabelle Cantian from the Committee Against Modern Slavery in France. We've already met Roxana and Sylvie from the committee, Leah Rakowski from the Coordination and Counseling Center Against Trafficking in Human Beings. Now, I understand, we fully understand that each of you would need much more time than the 7 minutes you have at your disposal, but I really have to ask you to stick to the time and to listen to the bell when it rings. It means that you still have 1 minute ahead. Ariela, I give the floor to you. Thanks very much for your time. I think you're muted. We are not hearing you. Actually, you're not muted, but there is an issue with your mic. No, we don't hear you. That's fine. I think you can fix it. And maybe while you fix it and you do the testing, you can do a test with the mic. I will give the floor to Brian. Is that okay? And then Ariella, I go back to you after Brian. Is that fine?
Yes.
Or maybe she wants to try once more. Try once more? No, you really have to do the testing. We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. Ryan, over to you. Ryan from Comencia, Netherlands. But first of all, what is Comencia, and is that the right pronunciation, or is it?
Yeah, it's totally fine. You can hear me also?
Yes, no, that's perfect.
Thanks, great. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank you, the organization, for the opportunity to participate in this high-level meeting to tell you more about the work of Comencia in the Netherlands. Comencia is a Dutch national coordination center of expertise dedicated to victims of human trafficking. We are a non-governmental organization established in 1986. And in the beginning, the focus was on trafficked women in the sex industry. And through the years, our scope got broader, and we are now dealing with all forms of human trafficking, regardless of age and gender. During the implementation of the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive in the Netherlands in 2012, the government concluded that the central coordinating role in the registration, reception, and provision of information to potential victims in the Netherlands is fulfilled by Comencia. And Comencia receives annual funding from the central government for the basic tasks. And the funding is included in the long-term budget of the Ministry of Justice and Security. So what do we do? Comencia is commissioned to register facts and figures about potential victims of human trafficking. And we do this registration also on behalf of the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings and Sexual Violence Against Children, Herman Bolhaar. In the police data degree, a legal basis is created for law enforcement agencies, the police, the border control, and also the labor inspection, to share data with Comencia. Other organizations like NGOs, healthcare organizations, and youth care organizations need consent from potential victims before they can provide data with Comencia. As from 25th of May in 2018, when the General Data Protection Regulation came into force, we saw an enormous decrease in our registration. And we see this also as a bottleneck. Victims stay out of sight of authorities and are not always getting the help they need. Additionally, Comencia is also commissioned to coordinate the initial reception and care of victims. We have exclusive competence in placing victims in specialized shelters, and we collaborate with healthcare and regional care coordinators throughout the country. We can arrange specialized transport and interpreters funded by the central government. And another important activity is to raise more awareness, for example, by public campaigns with the use of photos, movies, and storytelling, and more also in cooperation with former victims. And also by providing educations and trainings, for example, to municipalities or the medical sector, to improve first-level identification of potential victims of human trafficking. We host and chair the meeting of the regional care coordinators and speak of their day-to-day work and where they face difficulties to do their jobs. And this is on an operational level. We also host and chair the meeting of the Dutch NGOs and private health sector that are dealing with victims of human trafficking. And this is very fruitful to prepare joint lobby and advocacy activities. On a more strategic level, we are a full member of the government-led National Task Force on Human Trafficking. And of course, we also have connections abroad. We are a proud member of La Strada network, and Susanna will tell you more about this network. And we are also a member of the EU Civil Society Platform, initiated in 2012 by the EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator. Now I would like to share some bottlenecks we face in our work. As I mentioned before, data protection legislation can be a bottleneck and has our full attention, because it's very important to have data on human trafficking to get political attention, adjust policy and legislation, and overall to strengthen the position of victims. Also, COVID-19 and the lockdown had impact on the registration. There was less registration, less identification of potential victims, because also law enforcement agencies worked mostly from home during the lockdown. Another bottleneck was already mentioned this afternoon, and that is that there are waiting lists for specialized care, especially when it comes to mental health care. And it's not always easy to provide tailor-made assistance on a local level. And that results in higher chances of victimization. We also see less staff at asylum centers, so less attention for spotting signs of potential victims of human trafficking and providing them with the necessary assistance, especially when it concerns people who also have a Dublin claim. I want to conclude with some recommendations. Ongoing constructive cooperation between government and NGOs is crucial. Make use of each other's expertise, for example, in preventing activities and trainings on identification. Communication between law enforcement and healthcare organizations is important, but it can also be a challenge. The focus for each stakeholder can be somewhat different. It is key to work from a victim perspective and invest in long-term cooperation and relationship management. We are glad that the new coalition agreement of the Dutch government stated that human trafficking is one of the national focus points. This year, the National Action Plan will be revised, and also civil society organizations can play an important role in providing input, especially on the needs of potential victims, regardless their age, gender, nationality, and residency status. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brian. I go ahead with Ariela. Ariela, back to you.
I think it's okay now.
Yeah, now it works.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to present on behalf of Caritas Albania what we are doing for ending child trafficking here at national and cross-border level. Albania is a source country for victims of trafficking in human beings, but also to some extent a country of transit and destination. Caritas Albania has been fighting human trafficking across the country since 2005 with a primary focus on protection and prevention. But today I will present a very important topic, Albanian children cross-border exploitation. But before starting, let me quote something very important for me. I want to become a doctor, but my mom doesn't let me go to school, as we have to come here in Kosovo and stay in the street looking for money. This is the dream of Jonida, 11 years old, a girl from Roma community begging in Kosovo streets. Based on the migration projects of Caritas Albania and border monitoring, it is observed that Albanian children, mostly Roma community, cross the border to go and work in Kosovo and Montenegro. Before the pandemic time, Caritas Albania, in cooperation with the State Agency for Child Rights and Protection, and I would like to thank this state agency because as it was said before, the political will is very important to end child trafficking. We organized together a monitoring visit in Kosovo, and together we identified more than 17 Albanian children in the streets, with age range from 2 to 7 years old. All these children were from Roma community and had been going for more than 5 years from Albania to Kosovo to earn money by begging. These children went to Kosovo with their families or with some relatives, lived there for some months, and then came back to Albania. By being always on the move, children had difficulties in receiving continuous protection services or being part of the system such as education or health or social services. Most of them cross the border illegally, and their movement in and out of the country is not documented or is not registered in the team's database. Different NGOs reported a high number of Albanian children subject to cross-border exploitation in Kosovo and Montenegro, especially during the touristic season. I would like now to bring you our initiative under the project strengthening government capacities to protect Albanian street children exploited for labor in neighboring countries, founded by France government. And thanks to this project, we organized several roundtables with the aim to analyze the steps needed to improve identification, to analyze the referral and protection system for the children exploited cross-border, and raising visible this phenomena to our authorities. Caritas Albania has signed a partnership agreement on this topic and has created a group of experts from Ministry of Interior, Migration Police in Albania, Montenegro, and Kosovo, State Agency for the Rights and Protection of Children, as well as other local institutions responsible for the protection issues, such as Education Directory, Labor Inspector, State Social Service, etc. This group worked for 2 years together to analyze the existing gaps and drafting the first joint plan for the protection of the cross-border exploited children. The cross-border joint plan of action for this category will aim to realize some of the strategic objectives, such as prevention, protection, and coordination. And in the end of the preparation was included in the National Action Plan for Child Protection 2019-2021, and our Deputy Minister mentioned this morning. In the end of this project, we presented an assessment report, which was conducted during the implementation of the project. During the pandemic time, this cross-border movement was stopped, but now the borders are open and the movement, the phenomena has started again and is really visible to our eyes. There are several challenges regarding Albanian children cross-border exploitation. All the institutions, actors, civil society seems very willing to fulfill their responsibilities regarding this group. But also they are aware that this issue in general is not well addressed and managed properly. At Caritas, we have proposed several actions or recommendations. Let me mention 3 of them because they are really important for us. To increase and strengthen cooperation with local and central institutions of border countries. It's important to strengthen this kind of collaboration, not only to present and to make visible this phenomena, but also to assess the situation, how to respond to their needs. Identification and proper management of each case is really important, but the best approach is prevention. This can be done only through a deep analysis of the previous and current cases. Creation and implementation of the individual plan of integration for every child as a victim of exploitation is important, is crucial, but should be prepared in collaboration with the family and the other stakeholders. To take concrete measures to provide a temporary accommodation facilities to accommodate children victims of cross-border exploitation near to the border area. And also is a really urgent matter to stress the importance of the education system. The educational institution and community have an essential role in prevention, identification, and management of the problem of Albanian children. Because the educational institution must be vigilant to all the suspect cases and must take urgent measures in time before the children drop out of the school. Last but not least, I would like to encourage all of you to continue to support projects, initiatives presented by civil society on this topic, because their role is really important and they are the bridge of cooperation between the community and the government. Their role is limited when there is no support. We expect to work and to collaborate with all of you in the future. Thank you again for inviting us.
Thank you. Thanks, Ariela, for sharing the experience of Caritas Albania and also for stressing. You stressed many aspects actually, but I really would like to highlight the importance of education that you stressed at the end. I give now the floor to Susanna Hoff, who is representing La Strada International. You were already introduced somehow by Brian because you work together with Comencia. The importance of being connected and collaborate and work together, not only at the national level, but also the international level, I think will be explained further by you. Susan, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much also for the opportunity to speak here and reflect on behalf of civil society today. And I must say that we're very happy that France and also the other 5 paths in the countries of the Alliance 8.7 are strengthening their efforts to address child labor, forced labor, and also human trafficking. Indeed, La Strada International is a European NGO platform, and we represent actually 30 organizations in 24 European countries, including also the organization CCM, which was co-organizing this event, also ALC in France, and indeed also Comensa and Banying, who are part of this panel. We work on European monitoring and advocacy, and our members support victims, conduct outreach, and run helplines and prevention programs. And I think CCM and Leah from Banying will tell more. We actually also represent La Strada in Ukraine, and I would like to make use of this opportunity to raise our concern about the situation in Ukraine and also our strong worries about the well-being of our colleagues at the moment, as well as the person that they aim to support in the country, those people in very vulnerable conditions already before the war. We follow the situation not only to this, but of course also to human trafficking and forced labor in Europe, and actually quite closely on the ground. In particular, also the implementation by the European countries of the Council of Europe Convention and the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive, and of course also other EU law and international legislation, which was already mentioned by other speakers. We actually believe that there's quite a good legal framework in place to address forced labor and human trafficking effectively in Europe. Nevertheless, we still call upon European countries to still ratify those legal instruments they have not ratified yet. And I name just a few, for example, the ILO Additional Protocol on Forced Labor, as well as the important ILO Convention on Domestic Work, as well as the ILO Convention on Violence and Harassment in the Field of Work, which many European countries have still not signed or ratified. The same also goes for the Council of Europe Istanbul Convention, and we are very happy to see that France is actually pushing for this also under its EU presidency. We actually see on a daily basis, especially our members, that many workers in Europe work without any adequate protection or decent minimum wage, and those in irregular work or in an irregular situation are especially at risk of severe exploitation and abuse, including human trafficking and forced labor. And especially, and some mentioned this already, over the last 2 years during the COVID times, we received an increasing amount of calls and requests for support from workers in very vulnerable conditions, many without any access to legal stay or legal work in Europe. We also see that businesses find legal loopholes to avoid compliance with labor rights standards, like abusive subcontracting practices and making use of letterbox companies to deny their responsibility for the exploitation and abuse, and or the use of posted workers to avoid paying minimum wages or social security payments. Unfortunately, there are still limited successful prosecutions against businesses, we heard this earlier, for their involvement in severe forms of labor exploitation, and also we hardly see any remedies paid by the businesses so far. This for sure should be effectively addressed and better monitored, and we already heard that this month a new proposal for a directive on corporate social responsibility, including binding due diligence, was launched by the European Commission. Of course, we're also happy about that, but we also echo the regrets that we heard earlier, that only 1% of all the European companies would currently fall under this law, and companies do still not have to investigate their entire chain for the abuses. Next to the ratification and alignment of international legislation, it's for us even more important that the existing legislation which is in place is well implemented. It's of course very good to hear that this virtual meeting will contribute to the effectivity and evolution of the EU Directive on Trafficking in Human Beings. While we of course follow currently the evaluation of the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive, as well as the evaluation of the Victim Rights Directive with very great interest, we actually believe that better implementation of these legal instruments is much more needed than their actual revision. And I will highlight now 5 gaps in relating with this weak implementation by European countries and this call for more actions. I will be short on those severe gaps where we see recommendations for change. Some of them have already been mentioned by the other speakers. Firstly, identification and access to a reflection period. The number of identified trafficked persons in Europe remains worrying low. Only a small percentage of the estimated high number of victims is recognized, and thus it leaves a lot of people without any protection and support. Secondly, we see the lack of unconditional access to support and assistance, which was already raised by Connie Rijke and Fayant Ritchie. And this is indeed a very issue of concern. Then thirdly, the access to residence. We see that the current laws and policies existing in Europe are very different and that there's hardly any access for victims of trafficking and victims of forced labor to residence. So we call for a revision actually of the 2004 Residence Permit Directive, and we call for more access to residence on personal grounds. The fourth, access to justice and compensation. This is again already raised by Connie Rijke. We see that many victims have hardly no access to safe reporting, no access to sufficient information, and also compensation claims are still quite rare for victims of trafficking. And lastly, non-punishment. A major gap is still the implementation of the non-punishment provision. Despite international and European legal binding standards which are in place and the adoption of specific legislation in several European countries, we see that still a lot of victims are still wrongly detained, prosecuted and punished for offenses they have been compelled to commit in the course or as a result of having been trafficked. For sure, these gaps are not new, and we have been advocating for these changes for many, many, many years. But if we really would like to address forced labor and human trafficking in Europe, we believe that we should first insist that we implement the existing legislation and we protect the human rights of trafficked persons. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Suzanne. Actually, thanks to the 3 speakers for being so clear about the recommendations your institutions have and also for the calls that you are doing. I give the floor now to Fazia Ka. Madam, would you like to explain us what the foundation does and your role? Over to you. Thank you.
Merci. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum aimed at sharing experiences. This organization, ICI, is a non-profit organization established in 2002 to fight against child labor and forced labor in the sector in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. We have applied the principles of due diligence, which is a principle based on measuring the risks according to the UN and the OECD guidelines on due diligence. This is the fundamentals of the directive published by the Commission of the European Union last week. This is the foundation of the French national strategy to eradicate child labor and forced labor. In 10 years, these needs have been anticipated by the ICI Foundation through the SRTE approach. It's a follow-up system and a guidance system to prevent, identify, and to take corrective measures to child labor in the cocoa. supply chain and the chocolate supply chain, applying the due diligence in compliance with the guiding principles of the United Nations and the due diligence to human rights. We identify the risks and we identify the working child, the working children, and we find solutions. We have developed information to identify working children through a triangulation. The responsible declaration and the actions can be varied: awareness raising, training, quality schooling with adequate infrastructures, community focus groups to strengthen the child capacities, and the strengthening of the national protection system. The implementation of this approach contributed to reduce child labor by 50% in the communities where it was applied. Risks are a priority, which means that we want to take into account the situations of forced labor. And we want to consider all situations, all cases, which means that child labor is an absolute priority in terms of human rights. That's why we have developed a pilot project on forced labor in cocoa farming. For example, mechanisms have been tested and results have been shared with the stakeholders in the government. At present, we are validating this approach and the different tools through the expertise of the ILO. Many initiatives have been launched in the private and public sector to tackle child labor. We want to reach out the higher number of children to be effective. Now, what is at stake is to align the practices through a strengthened coordination of the government, and insist on this. There is a solution. There is a solution which allows for a better coordination and synergies between the different actors, the communities, the regions, and at regional and national level as well. We're about to develop a project landscape, and many stakeholders have accepted to participate: the UNICEF, the World Bank, and the European Union. This project will be shared in the next days with the governmental actors. To conclude, I would like to say that the guiding principles defined are a process to improve ongoing improvement of the supply chain, as well as the due diligence, with an encouraging approach, not a repressive approach. That's why if we all agree about the zero tolerance of child labor, and we agree that child labor and forced labor and trafficking is a crime, then it is important to have a nuanced approach, and we will encourage
Okay. Yeah, we did. I think we didn't get the very last word.
We missed the very last word.
Sentence.
Oui, sur l'approche nuancée.
Je dirais pour terminer. Alors, c'est pourquoi, si nous sommes tous d'accord pour parler.
So I rephrase, we all agree about zero tolerance, trafficking, child labor and forced labor, which are the heinous forms of violation of human rights, it is important to have a nuanced approach when it comes to child labor. We will foster a follow-up of the communities with credible actions, sustainable alternatives, put an end to child labor. Thank you very much for rephrasing your last sentence for the passion you put in this presentation.
But you can also check the different websites. I was checking them while the different speakers were talking, and they really complement what they have already introduced us in terms of what they do. Annabelle Canziani, I give the floor to you. Thank you very much. From the Committee Against Modern Slavery.
Merci beaucoup, Monica. Bonjour à tous.
Thank you very much, Monica. I would like to talk about the support to victims of trafficking by our committee, the advocacy actions. The Committee Against Modern Slavery was at the forefront in the field of the fight against trafficking in human beings, even in the legal framework. And we have transposed the EU directives in our law to provide effective protection of victims of exploitation. The committee offers overall follow-up, juridical, global, social, to act urgently, because there is an urgent social need. These victims are in a precarious situation, so we want to meet the primary needs, housing for women removed from exploitation, and food. We want to provide a follow-up with the relevant services. Depending on the individual situation, we also support these victims in employment placement. We provide also socio-cultural support. We work with doctors, with associations, so it is important also to have many volunteers in our committee. It is important to help these victims be human beings again after exploitation. That's why, after meeting the very urgent needs, we have the legal support. Jurists provide legal training depending on the needs of these victims. Criminal law, labor law, and administrative law in terms of asylum and residency. Victims can be supported in the legal approach. This legal support is individualized, and it's a very long-term approach to tackle the problems. For example, re-victimization and the legal procedures to talk about exploitation and appalling situations. This means to help them reverbalize the appalling situation. It is important that when they give a testimony, they have to be with the competent professionals in a safe place. Then the second point is the identification of victims of exploitation. It is important to protect these people. The police must also be trained to avoid making mistakes, even in the complaints lodged by these victims. This means that the victims can be supported in lodging a complaint